Hi, Craig, and of course, hello, GameBot. Um, Last time on Well Dressed Bones, we had our characters trying to find out where in the hell Elysium Tithe is, and they found out, and it's the worst possible answer. She is not dead, but is physically in the realm of death. Um, in trying to find more information about what exactly that means, how exactly to track her down, and how to physically get to her, they realized they needed to go to pretty much the greatest necromantic library to exist, the Temple of Gorgon, also known as the Grand Archive of the Wandering Soul, a seemingly incredibly ancient library devoted to all things death and necromantic. Uh, there, unfortunately, they ran into some old friends. Cal's former abbot Tinnitus and some of his followers, including Cal's mother figure ish, Sister Tail. And after passing a series of tests that is sort of a non necromantic uh, non-necromantic religion specific faith test in a way, they were all given access to this grand library, this carved out tunnel system of great chambers and cramped side passages, all decorated with displays and swirls of bone. um, Fish started by researching the gods of death and their various incarnations, learning that death is sort of something beyond and more powerful than gods. They borrow from it rather than controlling it, and because of that, while they do have influence. Um, well, they do have influences. It can be limited, and excuse me, and I forget who researched what. Other than that, May researched.
Travel accounts, so on.
Right, that was May and not Cal. Okay, yes, researched travel accounts of necromancers who had gone into death or knew things about entrances to death and how that worked. A lot of travel logs that came up, and uh, Cal researched what?
I'm blanking a little bit. I think she was searching on what was it? It was something very specific, I remember. Um dimensional shunting in regards to necromancy.
Yes, ways to get into death. I I think you might have researched something else because I think that was part of what May was looking at, but I don't quite remember. But yes, you found a sort of ancient account of essentially someone who had the talent for dimensional shunting, whose powers worked in that direction, but instead of surging as a dimensional shunter, ended up becoming a necromancer and using his understanding and sort of sympathy with dimensional travel magically to become one of the first sort of death explorers. Just a random circumstance of power that, as far as you know, has not happened since. Um, but does represent sort of an alternate way if you can figure out how that would work for you. The main thing that you all discovered was that. Despite the hoops you jumped through, some of this information was restricted. It seems like certain information you were looking up, you were always running into limitations on what was available in the main archive because things that are particularly dangerous are instead put away in the Forbidden Archive, a separate hidden section of those things that are unsafe for the average necromancer to read about and learn. The only way to get into the Forbidden Archive to get access is to essentially take the test to become a high cleric from this temple, which requires you to die and bring yourself back, which is an incredibly dangerous test that the vast majority of people fail. And when Jamal learned about it, he begged Cal not to take the test, and Cal said, "To take the test? Nah, we're just going to do an elaborate heist." Um, so that brings us to now. You've been here in town and visiting the temple for about 3 days at this point, after doing all of that research, and you've mostly set up in at the tables and workrooms in this sort of in this sort of atrium of the library, three paths in sort of the shape of a almost cross, branching out into the main library archives, and then the fourth path, just a blank wall of bone, but that you've seen people pass through, high clerics, and suspect is the way to the Forbidden Archive. One thing that I will say, just because I'm not sure if I clarified it last time, but you would have realized this as you were researching. The um, the information that goes into the Forbidden Archive seems to be like pretty strict. You've definitely run into things where like I experienced this in academia, but essentially you're looking for a paper or something, and instead you find the commentaries on the paper that somebody else wrote, a white paper about whether this is true or not, or like it's weak in this way, what have you. As long as those things don't reveal the actual sensitive information, those are just in the normal archive. And so you have been able to use that to establish kind of like what you've been looking for that is in the Forbidden Archive that is like relevant, and what is not good. May has absolutely been like, oh, here's a travel log in the archive that's about someone journeying and mapping all these different ways to get into death, and then you go and you find the commentaries on it, and it's like, yeah, this is very clearly like a collection of legends that this guy heard rather than anything he experienced, and modern necromancers believe that most of these are true are untrue for X and Y magical reasons. You're like, oh, okay, I probably don't need to get that then. And you can glean a lot of like the edges of information, even if specifically what you're looking for seems a little hidden from you. Now, to start with, Beliala, who has joined you in this mission, has been a little bit absent since you come in, kind of working on her own thing. She also seems to have borrowed Jamal recently. And we open on May, walking around the library researching, with Kekino accompanying her. Kekino was saying something about May being very worried about things, anxious, and wanted to help. May doesn't necessarily want him to help and is not admitting to any anxiety, but he's still tagging along for right now. May is searching through records and travel logs. Kekino is following behind. He has like a necromantic children's book about the life cycle in the ocean. And so as you're just wandering around, he's like, May, do you know what a whale fall is? That sounds really interesting.
May is doing like the classic adult thing where you do know what it is, but you want the baby to like feel, you want to engage the baby. So she's like, no, Kekino, what is that? As she's like, running her fingers down all the spines.
Looking at stuff.
Mhm.
Oh, it's this thing where apparently when like a whale or another big creature, they just go like away forever, and then that helps all of the other smaller baby creatures grow up, and it's called the circle of life, and it's interesting.
That is interesting, Kekino. What other examples can you think of in the back of her mind? Like, just she's like turns off the switch. She's not listening. She's going, mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Uh-huh. Well, there's these things called krill, and they eat something called algae, which I don't know is like a dying thing, but maybe. And then they get eaten by like little fish and like clams, and then I eat clams. And then I guess maybe something else will eat me down the line, but I don't know because I'm like magic and stuff, so maybe not. But then yeah, and it's the circle of life.
Amazing, Kekino. At the moment, Patrick, is May researching the same things that she asked Kalor about, or is she still looking for travelogues?
At this point, you are trying to find some last travelogues.
Okay.
Your attention has probably already started drifting to the next questions you're going to ask. It's just for the sake
Yeah.
of thoroughness. But as you're heading around with Kekino, you're in a little side chamber holding a collection of records from like the 13th century that join this collection. May did a history check using layers of history when you first joined, and you got
Mm-hmm.
an 18. I have that written down. And as I said, you would get more information once you were in the library itself. Now that you're here, your conclusion you came to before is obviously true. This was some sort of maybe natural cave system that has partially been carved out. Sometimes it runs in very like straight lines, and sometimes it twists and turns and has little strange curves and alcoves. Clearly, caves that were expanded upon rather than dug out entire. And as you're checking around the books in this room, searching the spines, looking for this travelogue, which is you're having a little trouble because it's not where it's supposed to be. Only only members of this temple can actually take books out of the library floor, check them out to bring back to their personal rooms or something like that. So it's not listed as checked out. So it should be here somewhere, but maybe somebody grabbed it. And as you're looking around, there is a little decoration. This is a side passage, so there's not nearly as much bones decorating this area as there was before. But there is a design on the wall made of you think knuckle bones, um, in kind of this strange swirl, and you're just kind of glancing at it as you look around, pulling things off the shelves, and then it feels familiar to you. You look at it again, sort of take a step back, get a wider view. You realize that the design that is on the wall in these knuckle bones is a sign in the language of the ancients. You don't necessarily know what that means. You don't necessarily know why it's here. You know that there was this ancient ruin that's a couple of miles away that was, you know, fairly minor but important to your field of study historically. Um, but yeah, you just realize this symbol of the ancients is here, and as you recognize that, as you finally find the book you're looking for, somebody took it over to a reading table and didn't reshelve it. Um, you keep an eye out and you notice other signs of the ancients in here. You start to recognize that the hallway you're walking back through to get back to the main gallery, it's about the size and shape of the hallways in the ruins. A few more ancient symbols sort of picked out in bone in the walls. Um, you don't know kind of what this means or what uh, what you can do about it. But yes, a little mystery that you may want to explore. And as you are distracted for a moment by Kekino being like, "May, do you think something else would eat me, or do things eat magic seals? I don't think so, and I don't know if I want them to. But then, does that mean I'm bad? Because then it's the circle of life, and it says the circle of life is good."
Sorry, hang on.
May's like, "Talk to your father." Not having this discussion.
Okay, sorry. Gekino's going, please don't eat me, etc. to the world at large.
Kekino's like, "I'm not sure if something will eat me, and I don't want it to eat me. But if I
there's
don't want it to eat
underlying
me,
fear and
am I bad?"
desperation. May is like a bit too absent-minded, like, well, in the wild, there are larger animals that do eat seals, and like turns around and sees Kekino's face, I imagine, look horrified, and then says, but you're not in the wild, are you, Kekino? You're a magic seal. He doesn't live in the ocean. So,
Yeah, that's
think
right.
you're fine.
I don't live in the
Yeah.
ocean because I'm Detective First Mate Kekino. And
You are.
does that
And
mean
first
that I
mates
can't
have
be in the
boats.
ocean?
I think that's a question for your father, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. I think you should make that his not problem. Question to research, as it were.
Okay. Yeah. No. I'll ask Dad. Dad's pretty smart. I think Dad will know if things want to eat me. Okay.
But you're very safe here, Kekino. The ocean's nowhere near us.
Yeah. I mean, there is like big water close. There's like this big. I think it's not a lake. I think it's a sea. There's a big sea just nearby, but nothing in there is gonna eat me, right? It's not gonna come out on land and come here to the library and eat me?
Very unlikely. Extremely unlikely, even.
Okay. Unlikely is not no, but I will check in with Dad.
May picks him up to try and, like, distract him a little bit. And she's got the remaining travelogues, is that right?
Got the last of the things you were looking for. Just finishing the end of that research.
Cool.
Meanwhile, what did other people want to be researching? What did other people want to be doing? One possible thing you may not have thought about is, in addition to researching what's going on in books, you can research physically by just kind of like posting up in this room, watching people go in and out of this this door and try to figure out how it works, try to figure out what's beyond there, actually like a stakeout as you plant yourself in this workroom.
Cal will go and do any like research on people who have tested before, successfully or unsuccessfully, both by using the library and talking to Riggin.
Okay. As you do that, give me an investigation check with advantage.
Okay. Ink is having a case of what my mother would call the Aussie Noomies, and most people would call the giggles. So I was just sitting and watching Ink drink their inferior American Pepsi, and how much it was just like, I gotta do it. And I was like, this reminds me something. the like phrase "sipping, grimacing cartoonishly" went up, and I went, "This is a John Mulaney story." And the funny thing is, I didn't remember. I knew it was a soda. I didn't remember it was a Pepsi. And then I was like, "Ink, it's you." And then Ink started dying.
Oh, it hurts.
Well, I killed Ink today, but that's okay. They can pass the. They can go into the restricting session for us.
Yeah. If I die coincidentally while here.
If somebody has a heart attack. I got a 23 for my investigation.
Okay. With the 23, you are mostly looking for essentially temple records, which are not mostly in the library itself, but by chatting with Brother Rain, he is, of course, able to answer more questions about the test itself, which I just revealed to you last time on the assumption you would talk to him at some point, and is able to get you those records. You know, there's a small private library. Nobody's really interested in the temple records outside the temple, so it's not like widely available. But he gets them for you. The records of the test are a little spotty because there's a lot of like outsiders, people who have never been here before, coming and trying to immediately take the test, like you could theoretically, to get to the most restricted stuff. So being like, a guy by this name came and then died is sometimes the extent of the information you get. But the information about the test itself and how it works in specifics is redacted, but how it works generally is fine. And essentially, it seems like the testing ground itself, you know, where you go in death, is something that is a secret, but the process itself is that you are killed with your magical power intact, which drops you into a place in death. Death is very, very dangerous. There is, creatures that live there that feed off necromantic energy. It has kind of a sparse but still some kind of ecosystem where there's predators and such that can do you harm, as well as the pull of, spiraling into the vortex and fully dying. And you are given instructions to find and get to a specific saint's sanctuary, after which point you are told that there is a way back to the living from there, but not told like specifically what it is, so you kind of have to figure it out. It seems like a fairly hard test, and one that is worthy of its reputation as being incredibly high risk with a high failure rate. As you're going through these records, you do find some references to people like kind of sort of cheating the test. People who used their powers to like place magical artifacts for themselves in the right area before they died, so they would be, kind of more fully armed. There is at least one instance that you see in which two people took the test at the same time and just like helped each other, and that also seemed fine. It seems like the kind of test where like cheating is not encouraged, and there is definitely like a line of too far, but if you are clever enough to figure out a way to rig the test in your favor to make it easier, you are encouraged to do so, because necromancy is not just about raw power, it's also about cleverness. So if you did find a workaround that made it easier for yourself, it would probably be allowed. But the main thing you get is, the statistics for its rate of failure was not exaggerated. It has like a 1% success rate.
Bitches in class, like, do little deaths count? And then half the necromancers seem confused, and the other half of the necromancers who fuck up, no, La Petite Mort doesn't count.
And then one of them goes, actually, so there was this really interesting account about how, death and life energy are the same, and you can actually register just microscopic amount of necromantic energy, and everybody's like, shut the fuck up! We don't want to hear about this anymore! Leave your research to yourself, weirdo!
Fish is also asking various other stupid questions for no one's amusement but their own.
Yep, as is their want. Yeah, what is anyone else doing, trying to find out, trying to ask, trying to ascertain about this test or the archive or what they have to accomplish?
I had this in a note, actually. Innocuously ask Rain for tips and tricks to how he survived the Death Realm.
Okay. Yeah,
But like going up to him personally and being like,
yeah,
hey, I love your hair. Tell me all about how you did it.
Oh, I did what? Oh, the test.
How'd you do your hair?
Well, we're encouraged not to share certain specifics, but advice is allowed. I've got to say it is probably the hardest, most difficult thing I've ever done. It was frightening, and unfortunately it's very random. I don't know if you're familiar, Cleric Snapper, but in the realm of death, creatures that would feast on your soul exist, and they cannot intrude on a saint's sanctuary, so they're the only safe places. But will you be hunted by a group of them, or will you never see a single one the entire time you're in there? It's entirely random, and
who's to say?
Sometimes you just get lucky. I credit my success to a fair amount of luck. I did do a lot of research about specifically how the creatures in death operate, how they act, what they're weak to, afraid of, things like that, for safety. And I will say that non-necromantic magic works a little strangely in the death realm.
How do you mean? Because my magic is already strange.
Yes, I noticed during the test that you don't have what I would traditionally associate with purely necromantic magic. It is very interesting.
Oh, Brother Rain, I am far from pure.
Well, purity has its place depending on what you believe, but I don't personally subscribe to very intentional restrictions on purity. But to answer your question, magic that is not necromantic in nature, necromantically sourced, tends to be weaker or strange. And there was one instance, a sister who had studied some sort of life-based magic about 2 or 3 years ago, took a test, and she used that magic in the death realm, and the effects were strong but catastrophic.
Catastrophic.
I would worry about what she called radiant magic, all within the death realm.
That is Indeed fascinating. Thank you for sharing with me this story, and, of course, any others that you feel like sharing with me in the future, but I don't want to get in your way. So, I guess I'll go back to my research, and you'll go back to the cool stuff that you do.
Well, actually, I have some research of my own to conclude, but it was nice speaking with you, Fish.
Dan.
Dan, is that Cleric Snapper's first name?
Yeah.
Dan Snapper. Okay, I thought it was Fish Snapper, but yeah, he calls you Dan then.
It's Dan. Fish Snapper. That's a bit redundant.
Yeah.
No, Dan Snapper.
Well, it was a pleasure to speak to you, Brother Snapper. Dan.
Oh, you. Fucking flounces off. To tell Cal that Elise was totally here.
You between the research that Cal is doing and the research and this chat you had with Rain, you can compare the records. There has not been another success since Brother Rain, so you assume that person actually died, and Cal can confirm in the records that a woman with kind of an American name took the test and failed, and it was like, okay, not Elise, but definitely one of Elise's like proteges came here.
Gotcha.
Maybe
Okay.
like under instruction, maybe not under instruction, but definitely like took the test.
Okay. Still, information to be shared with Cal.
Mm-hmm. As you meet up with Cal and May at your little table in the workroom by the librarian's desk and Sanchez, the search engine, you see Brother Rain wander off to do that research, and he is met by Sister Rag and another necromancer you don't recognize. You see the badge of the High Cleric. He was there during your testing, but didn't like say anything. And they seem to be heading towards the door that you assume leads to the Forbidden Archive.
Or coming over to the table, okay, guys, don't look, but they're going over to the Forbidden Archive.
If you are getting everybody's attention, then I guess anybody can make a perception check.
Oh yeah. Not fucking bad.
I thought you were going to say not fucking good. I was like, okay, sorry.
That's a 28. Then I'm going to use Flash of boost up to 32.
Holy fucking shit.
May just like
You
takes
see
out
the
the opera
password. You see the door code. 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, they speak the password and it comes up like a word
Password.
bubble.
May's actually sitting in the perfect spot in terms of like reverb. It like bounces off the walls of the library and directly into her ear.
May can read lips. She's had this skill her whole life.
I don't know if you remember the TV series where the guy can like read faces so well he can tell like
Lie to me.
Lie to me, thank you. I loved that show when I was younger. May doesn't lie to me.
Okay, that's May's rolls. Anybody else want to do a perception roll?
I rolled low.
Okay.
I wanted to do an insight on May, but that can wait for after we're done, like getting the facts.
Okay, we'll wait on that for a minute. Hun, what was your low roll?
Let me double check. Yeah, that's like a 6.
Jesus. Okay.
I told you.
Yeah. No, you weren't lying. And then is Fish is doing a perception?
No, they already saw what they needed to see, which was, oh yeah, they're going over there.
Okay. Then
I'm allowed to choose to be stupid.
Yeah, no, absolutely you are. Then with a 32 and a 6, I want May to choose which part of this happening you are focusing on, and I want Cal to choose which part of this happening you want to focus on. You can focus on the door opening, trying to see like how that mechanism works. You can try and see like what's beyond the door, maybe security measures involved. You can try to see the people going in, if there's something about them that you can recognize or think they're doing something. Yeah, whatever you want to focus on, and I will let you, meta a little bit, knowing Cal did a bad roll. Something you want a little bit of information on, but not a ton of information.
Okay, so Mooney, my thought is that if we have May focus on what like distinguishes these people, I feel like disguising ourselves would be easier than disabling a whole lot of security measures. That's my thought.
Though that does assume that the door does not in turn have a death energy reading.
That's the
That's
problem,
what
right?
Papyrus is.
Well, I mean, but that would be part of disguising ourselves, right? Like, to fool whatever the door's doing.
We just bring in a bunch of dead things. Pull a Walking Dead.
You gotta weekends at Bernie, who's one of the one of the high clerics. You gotta kill them and then use them as a door pass.
I think I'm going to go with what distinguishes the people because it's easier to impersonate. I feel like it's going to be easier to magically impersonate than.
Good.
But I'm very happy to be told for you guys to be like, no, let's do this.
No, go for it.
Well, what are you going to focus on, Mooney?
This already went with what I want, is that Cal would feel so, like, conspicuous about, like, spying and people being onto her. She would just go full heads up 7-up and put her head down to listen better.
Okay, yeah. As you put your head down and listen better, you're listening for like a password or something, and you don't hear it. These high clerics are chatting with each other, seemingly very like casually, not like they're doing anything important or dangerous, and they don't like whisper any passwords or say anything in particular as they step up to the door, and the bones start receding, clicking out of the way to make this doorway. So you, with that 6, you don't think there is a password, anything spoken or sound related in regards to the door opening. And May was focusing that 32 on what distinguishes these people and how they kind of get in. You don't have a necromantic sense in the same way that Cal does, but you do notice that the door starts moving without seemingly any action from Sister Rag, who is in front. She's like looking over her shoulder and chatting, and it's like a proximity. As soon as she gets close enough, it starts to move and open. So it's as if what is distinguishing is the doorway itself recognizing these people as going through. maybe some sort of necromantic signature, maybe some sort of like communion with the library as this sort of magical construct, something. But you don't think it's anything like actively being done by the people going forward, although you do think that just with your knowledge of arcane theory, that someone who was paying attention could choose to like walk past the door and not have it open if they were focusing on it. But as you were focusing on these people and what makes them different, you do know the other male high cleric who's going in with them. You were looking out a little bit more for names during the testing. This is Brother Asture. Kind of a younger looking guy, but still wearing the badge of high cleric. Less senior than these two, but still like respected. And as you're looking at them, the only thing like visually that sets them apart from others is, bless you, is that their robes are maybe a little nicer, a little more deeply dyed, and the little badges on them that designate that they are a high cleric. You're not sure if there is anything magical about it. It's sort of a pass, or if it is just entirely a visual indicator of rank. You don't know. And as you see them heading to this door, Sister Rag turning and going in, Sister Astura, Brother Astura rather, has a bag with him, and you see him kind of fumbling with things, making sure it's all set as they walk through the door. You see him pull out for just a moment a notebook, a little book, and what you recognize as magically sealing handcuffs before you go back in. As you discuss what you have, as you discuss what you've seen, what you've shared, as Fish perhaps does their insight check on May, about an hour later, door starts rattling, and they exit, talking in a more serious tone, seemingly. And you see Sister Rag rubbing her wrists a little bit, and with that 32, you see the ring of bruises from handcuffs as she heads back out with the others into the library itself.
That's not what I expected to get from a 32. Okay. Experiments in death, maybe? May points this out to both Cal and Fish, and says, like, conveys you as well that she's not sure, like, what specifically is getting the door to open, but yep.
I will give you some extra information with
For a 32, I'd hope so.
You overhear them. They are speaking in generalities. They're not naming anything. Sister Rag seems to be saying to the others, they're even more agitated. I don't understand.
Is there any sense of whether that's a plural or a singular thing?
I mean, she is, yeah, she is, speaking in Farsi, so it is most likely a thing of like you're repeating the actual sounds you heard to Fish, who is like, "This is what it means."
Okay, yeah.
And because it is a different language, it's a plural. Yes, a group. A group
Okay.
of beings.
It still says me.
Yeah, me.
No. No,
In
plural.
Farsi, Sister Rag just said, "Fish is really hot."
Hmm. Much to unpack.
Yeah. And perhaps it occurs to you with that roll that you believe the Forbidden Archive is down there, in this secret, not secret
But
wing.
there's other stuff too. Okay.
Who says that's the only thing down there?
Hmm. Concerning. Yeah, okay. May conveys all this to the others. Huh.
I feel bad that you got a 32 and I didn't give you more. So I'll give
Yeah.
you chose something that didn't have a ton of information for you to find. So I will give you
Sorry,
So
go on.
I will give you a little bit extra about other things involved in
you.
this. As the door opens and they step through, you can see as the bones recede, it kind of creates like a tunnel of spikes. You would feel like, so it's maybe a security measure of like. You see that the door of the bones goes a lot deeper than you would expect. It's not surface level. It's like 5 or 6 feet into the tunnel. That's just bone spikes coming out of the walls, floor, and
Ooh.
ceilings. That it's like, okay, definitely a security measure there that like fucking spears you if you get the door open and don't like keep it open the right way. And beyond that, it is very dark, and you cannot tell as you walk through if it is just a dark passageway until Sister Rag in the lead with a lantern steps forward and is immediately eaten by this darkness. Some sort of magical
I was
concealed
gonna say,
darkness.
it is
Like-
obvious that
I was
it's
like,
magic.
make hands
because I have
now.
vision.
Gonna make ends meet through darkness. The spell,
I love-
capital letter.
I love living up to the trope of player like jumping in and being like, well, I can see it because I have dark vision.
yeah.
Okay, so magical darkness. Jesus.
And
what about the lantern? Is there anything interesting about the lantern?
no, it is not an oil lantern. You notice that there's no like open flame here really, but it is essentially a little like glass lantern where instead of a wick and a reservoir, there's like a little stone that's giving off light. And the fact that they're carrying it in the very well lit library tells you like, okay, maybe it's a staffing issue, only so many people can get here, not enough people to be turning over the lights and making sure they're functioning or whatever. It might be a little bit dark on the other side of where they're going.
Patrick, May can craft light stones, but I wanted to check, are those, they only work on non-magical darkness?
Correct, yes.
For now.
But, well, magical darkness is pretty hard to pierce.
Okay.
If when you relate this information to Cal, she has something called the Hollow Spell, which one of the potential effects is you can create permanent darkness in an area that you, as the one who set the spell, can see through, and no others can. So it might be that kind of effect where like it's entirely it's nothing to them. They don't even like see it. To everybody else, it's this wall of impenetrable darkness.
Now,
Okay.
there's no world where it's that easy. But I just have to say, so I can know how I roll and then confirm to this conclusion, I can't just shadow step into the darkness, correct?
Yeah, or blink.
You can't see anything in there.
I've already got blink. I've got blink questions lined up.
Yeah.
That. I was thinking
You-
about that yesterday.
When you shadow step, you have to be able to see your target mechanically, and you can't see anything. It's just a wall of black. You could.
May had goggles of clear sight active.
Oh, okay. And what do those do?
Yeah.
Get his
They let
ass.
you see through magical phenomena. Hold on, let me look up the specific wording in case
So-
there's some stupid technicalities.
It's just some shit lantern that doesn't give off any light.
It's for the vibes. It's for the Victorian Gothic vibes.
Well, you can assume that at some point the magical darkness ends. Like, not the entire library is in magical
yeah.
darkness, and people are just
No,
like,
but I'm
"What the
saying
fuck does this say?" Well, they're doing.
she's holding the lantern and the lantern's not giving off any light.
No, the lantern is giving off
So
light.
I'll
It's in a
fucking
bright
shadow
place.
step to right under the lantern. I will shadow step to where the lantern is.
No, it disappears. It's like phasing through a solid
Ah.
wall. It just goes, and then it's not visible.
I see.
So
No light enters or escapes the magical darkness.
okay, so May has glasses of clear sight, which I imagine is her like yellow glasses that were in Korea. You can see through areas that are lightly obscured by magical or mundane phenomena without disadvantage on perception checks, and I like have some advantages to resist being blinded. But
This
can she
is
see through
not.
with them?
This is not mechanically lightly obscured. Lightly obscured is
Okay.
like magical fog or something like
Okay.
that. This is what is considered heavily obscured.
Okay,
Uh,
worth a shot.
anything essentially without some very powerful magical benefit, everything from the line where the darkness starts is invisible to you functionally. It cannot be seen. Nothing. This is like a black hole for light. You cannot. No light goes in. No light goes out. You cannot see through it.
Follow-up
Okay.
stupid question. If
Yep.
I shadow step to the edge of the darkness and trust fall forward, what happens? Or like
Bone sketch up.
most of my body.
If the pathway is open, that would work. You shadow step to where the darkness starts, and you just run forward and hope you don't hit anything. May can very clearly see that the spike bones go up to the shadows and start to get eaten by them. There may continue to be spikes that will spear you in the darkness for at least a little bit. So
Okay.
yeah,
I just
how fast can you
I
run?
didn't think that was the plan. I just needed to understand mechanically why it wouldn't work.
No, you can. You can absolutely shadow step to if like you catch them when the doors open before it closes. You can absolutely shadow step through right to the wall of darkness. You would just then probably immediately die.
Okay. Can we do some more library research?
Yeah, and Fish also wanted to do an insight check on May.
Oh, yes. And then I also have research to conduct, Blink related. But Fish basically looks at May and is like how fucked up is she right now?
In what way?
Yeah, like, how fucked up is she, and in what way is she alright? I know that I couldn't untangle her from Jonas, so there must be something there. Just checking up on May.
Okay. Roll an insight check.
I did.
And can I have May roll? Would it be deception? Just in her, she's generally trying to somewhat keep herself together.
I think that this would essentially be like a passive deception because
okay.
you're not like noticing Fish looking at you and trying to bluff through it.
My passive deception would be 15, right? Because it's 10 plus whatever the bonus is.
Yeah.
Is that right?
7.
Okay. Honestly, May is a little overwhelmed because this is a big library with a lot of shit in here, and
Too much to choose from.
she could be studying here for a long time and never uncover all the secrets, and that's pretty overwhelming. And now there's a thing about being like, well, we've got to figure out this puzzle. She's really concentrated, definitely needs to like maybe, get a couple more hours sleep, make sure that she's taking breaks, drinking lots of water. Doesn't want to burn herself out, but otherwise, she's good.
Okay. So then when Fish passes her by, they like clap her on the shoulder like, "You're right there, May." Not as a question, but like an affirmation. Like, "You're alright, yeah."
May's just like, sure.
Okay. What research did you want to do?
So Patrick, how are you structuring this? Because I've got the stuff that I want for my own stuff, and then also for the break-in.
Essentially, every time you choose to do like a round of research, it will be a length of time depending on how complicated it is. Last time it was 2 days. This time, if you like want something that's like really in depth and has a lot of information, and you roll high, that could be like 5 days, or it could just be like it takes you part of a day to get this info, and then I have everybody else roll what they're doing at the same time, which could be heist related, it could be like interpersonally related. It's most likely going to be research related, taking up all that time. So pretty much everybody gets a research question, and then there's like a small time skip, and you decide if there's anything else that important that happened in that time skip.
Okay, I'm going to start with, I don't know how you want to do this, basically researching the same thing she asked Kalua to look at.
Okay. And what you asked Kalor to look up was the regent, the librarian, and the symbol for this potentially.
Yeah, the Howard symbol.
Thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will say choose 2 of those for right this moment.
I'm gonna go with the regent and the Howard symbol.
Okay. You're doing research on the regent. First thing is regent, comma, triumvirate. Trying to get that info.
Using the Google search terms, yeah.
Using the search terms, using the Boolean phrases. Go ahead and give me that investigation check with advantage.
Oh. Is that because we're doing the past projects thing?
No, because you're in this library. This is the triumvirate is necromantic history.
Do I get double advantage because I can use the relating to past cases?
No.
Worth a shot.
You don't have any like definite information on past cases to relate to.
So that is a nat 20, and then adding my investigation, that's a 28, and then I'm going to use.
You're going to use what?
Slash a genius to make that a 32.
Okay.
You know what she fucking said.
With another 32, I could guess, but she did genuinely cut out. With a nat 20 and a 32, you end up, first of all, researching all 3 things. I'm not going to limit you anymore.
Yes. Thank you.
You are looking into the triumvirate, this history, and what you're finding is, according to all the records here, even, cards telling you what records are in the Forbidden Archive, there is no references to anyone associated with the triumvirate under the titles of the librarian or the regent, which has to mean that they're new, they're modern, they're something that hasn't entered the record yet. You do find a lot about the triumvirate historically, and confirming in a lot greater detail a lot of the things Cal found for you, which was essentially nobody has ever been like, I am the triumvirate, I am the devil of necromancy. It's always been something like given to somebody else, a title given by the people affected or the necromantic community. And as you're researching, it's actually pretty rare for someone to get that title like while they're being a necromantic pain in the ass. You're comparing notes and things, and it's a lot of like, in hindsight, somebody like 200 years after this threat was dealt with is like, yes, people at the time thought he was the triumvirate of the body, known as the horseman or something like that. It's very like past tense for this thing. What you do realize though is something that Cal put you onto when she was first talking about it, is that the librarian and the regent must be recent. There must be recent titles. Again, it's very weird for someone to kind of like give themselves their titles or like have their titles while they're still alive, and a problem. And in your research, you don't think it's ever happened that like a group of 3 people were like, we are the triumvirate. Like, there's not even records of like all 3 existing at the same time at any point in history, really. Because this is a sort of philosophical construct. Coming together as like an organization that works together is something that has never ever happened, which does imply to you that it's like artificial. Somebody set it up like that in some way. And what you find, what Cal first put you onto and you get more in depth with, is that while the librarian and the regent are not in the records anywhere, the abomination is. And the abomination is in the records a lot, and from a fairly long time ago. As you are looking and really diving in and getting a lot of details, you find the first like reference to the abomination as kind of that name in about 200 to 300 AD, which is older than like necromancy as a religion. And that sort of makes you realize that maybe the concept of the triumvirate started with this thing. This is the OG, whatever it is. Other things have come and gone. The necromancers being obsessed with their kind of like rule of 3s structure. We're like, there's this guy, and then also 2 other people. It's been this guy the whole time. And the thing you find that is really interesting is you find a work that is in the Forbidden Archive. And the reason why is very interesting, because from the description on the back of the card, the short blurb, the info about why it was restricted, as well as some commentaries on the writing itself, this is a journal of a necromancer in seemingly about 1100, who is trying to find the abomination, and according to the commentaries and what got it banned, essentially, is this writer becomes more and more obsessed with the abomination, with the idea of it, with finding it and having it teach him how to be immortal, essentially. It's this downward spiral from a scholarly interest into something more, something desperate.
Like Mortal.
In a way, yes. and you cannot tell whether he conclusively found the abomination in, his time, but there are references in these sort of supplementary materials of a legend about who the abomination is and where he came from. Something that is not necessarily true, and the commentaries are like, this seems like a good theory, but we think the author, being so obsessed, was willing to take it as read rather than just a theory. But if you get into the Forbidden Archives, you may read this work and learn who the abomination is, where he comes from, maybe where he is or what he's interested in. And then there is the symbol that you asked for. As you go to Sanchez, you rest your hand on the skull, and you're like, well, I can't write it down, so I'll just think about this symbol really hard. The drawers start rattling. They start to open, but then don't open all the way, and then they slam closed. Cards come out of the card index and then get shunted back in and pushed back into the wall. All of these things starting to search and then not. And then finally, a single drawer opens in the bottom corner of the card index, and one card pulls up. You take a look at it. It is a card record for a book titled The Secrets of the House. There are 6 copies in this library in various states of disrepair, different editions. The current location of those 6 copies is labeled as missing or destroyed. And when you turn the card over, the little description about what this book is seems to have been burned off the page in some way. Someone does not want this information to be accessible. And as someone who is very familiar with magical objects, examining this, taking a look at it, it doesn't seem like this damage to the card catalog is recent.
Okay.
Think of the...
If...
You think of the librarian, you think about this secret society, think about the way this symbol has been associated with worship of knowledge and information. You feel a little prickle on the back of your neck, like someone's looking at you, and you turn around and look at this great library. A secret society obsessed with knowledge. Why wouldn't they have people here? There may, in fact, be members, people associated with this symbol, people hiding this information, still here, still in the library, still researching. Maybe a necromancer, temple member, maybe someone else. Realize searching this has made you not safe, as this is information that someone does not want, not just you, but anyone to find. Okay, you were saying?
I was going to ask when the coming up, then coming down. Did May get a glimpse of any of them? Like, basically what I'm asking is, may I get the impression that these are all things that have
Oh, you froze.
set,
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
or just I'm going like, is it
Oh
okay
wait, there
now?
it is. It all came out. It all came out at once. Your picture is still a little choppy, but I heard everything you said.
Okay.
You get the sense that it is possible something has like tampered with Sanchez itself to keep it from finding this information. You think it may also be possible that this is just such a niche term, a niche thing to be searching for that you confuse the system. But also, as you think about the way that CAT is this repository of knowledge for you, and the library is this repository of knowledge, this kind of search, you're searching for things that are not on these cards. It's not just like a term search that's like, yeah, and then it's got the search terms at the bottom of the card, and if you didn't hit that exact one, it didn't come up. You realize that to a certain extent, the mind of the library must know at least the general context of all the books in order for it to find these things. The library may not be able to like recall this information to share it with you, but at some point it knew this information enough to know what it could be related to. So a lot of those cards could be something of like, the book that is destroyed maybe had a reference to something else that was in this other book, but now that connection is broken and there's nothing there. And it's like, well, you can find all of those other books. There is absolutely no telling, and in fact probably a pretty low chance that you would be able to piece together why they were referenced.
Okay. Cool. May is even more paranoid.
Yep.
Yeah,
As
cool.
May
She makes a big. I was gonna say she makes a big deal of being like, well, what a shame. Oh well, like I guess I'll just keep looking at other things, like sweating. Like this isn't a big deal. Don't read into this.
I guess I'll never know. And we'll stop looking. Yeah, you get back to the table and Kekino is like, May, clams, everything's gonna be okay. Your hand is really sweaty.
She stands on the table and is like, everyone knows that I may gladly, upon finding a dead end of my curiosity, give up entirely.
Do not search
May
for
gladly to give her up.
just as an announcement to the room.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I've never heard of the phrase, my curiosity is piqued in my entire life. There's nothing less relatable to me. All right, let's go have a nap.
Yep.
Okay. The research about the triumvirate probably takes about another 2 days. So we'll get 2 days of work and research out of the other two before we see what's been up with Beliala and Jamal.
Brittany, do you have things?
Super have things. I'm not kind of running a blank. I know Patrick was like, you'll lose the library forever once you get your ass kicked out. But I know Cal would have things.
Some ideas.
I'm running on a blank. So if you have suggestions specifically of something Cal would care about in this.
Yes, I do, because if we're thinking about going into the realm of death, so one of the questions I was going to have May ask later is what magic works best in death, like offensive and defensive. And my personal thing would be, well, it's radiant, but Patrick's like on that.
I mean, what you found out from Fish's asking is radiant damage is incredibly effective. It's just that in a general sense, creatures trying to kill you and the foundational structure of the realm of death are kind of made of the same thing. So yeah, it's really effective at killing things that threaten you. It's also really effective at like severely damaging the place where your soul is currently residing,
Oh,
and
yeah.
therefore it's a very dangerous thing to be using.
Yeah, so the question would be like, what's the most effective way to protect ourselves magically?
Okay.
I think that's something Cal would be looking into.
I was also
Feasibly.
thinking among similar lines is, if Melancholia can use sigils as a conduit for her surge, can somebody use sigils as a conduit for death or protection or something like that, to kind of do a necronaut suit without having a necronaut suit?
So don't forget that May used her test. She used her necromantic defense thing, and she would have told
Yeah.
Cal about that. So she would totally be up for
That would be
working
on her
together
mind.
on. Yeah.
And then, as another potential suggestion for something Cal might think of, but you're blanking on in this moment, this is, you have tried to figure out before what this weird wolf creature is that's hunting you and the other necromancers is. You've always kind of run up into a problem of being like, either there's not enough information or it's not clear enough. You're now in the like greatest possible resource to try to figure out what that is. So if you are like, well, I'm gonna try and figure that out again in a much better resource. This place might have the answers in the way that your personal library and sort of the rumors from the other necromancers might not.
How to train my new puppy.
How to train my new
Yeah.
puppy werewolf thing.
Which apparently just wants to bring me dead things.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know how much is the breakdown of this, but we'll say defense and offense in the death realm. Yeah, defense and offense in the death realm. Potentially going into Death Dog. Working on the severance of the connection to Tinnitus with Fish. Also looking into what would be the best way to distract a bunch of fuckers by probably causing a rumble in a farther part of town when they want to break in.
Okay, that is a bunch of things that that are mostly unrelated to each other. So I will say pick two. Don't
pick distraction because Fish is going to do the distraction.
Yeah, cool.
And yeah, you can share ideas with each other if other people want to be doing the research at the same time. All right, yeah, pick two, and give me your investigation with advantage.
Are you counting defense and offense as one thing?
Yes. If you want to be like generally what increases the survivability in the death realm in regards to the magic you use, I think that's one subject.
Cool. Okay, so we'll do that as number one, and then for number two, I know I have to do Death Dog as an actual plot thing. I just don't think it would be her priority at the time.
That's fair.
No, I don't think it would either.
Yeah. I think she would honestly think about like,
the Death Dog is probably what like kidnapped Elise, so it is like related to what's happening, but it's totally fair to me that you're like getting Elise back is kind of the priority. Other things, even the reason this happened, can be pushed aside a little bit.
The Death Dog is bringing her dead things. It's like, I'm bringing you things you like. You like your sister, right? You like death, right? Would you like your dead sister?
I mean, maybe you figure out a way to train it to bring Elise back to you.
Fetch. You know what? Here's a way we can spin it. Maybe thinking about disconnecting. Maybe if she's thinking about disconnecting from Tinnitus, she starts to have like, is there a way that Fish can disconnect me from earthly ties that would make me seem dead without actually putting my body in harm?
Okay.
which
See those?
we can relate to them doing blink stuff.
Okay. Give me the investigation rolls then.
Okay, so did you say investigation with advantage, and that'll be for
Correct.
both things?
Yep.
Okay. Big money, no whammies. No. It's not terrible. That'll be a 17.
Okay. With a 17, you find that generally speaking, when you enter the realm of death, physically, when you go through one of the necropoli or get shunted there or whatever way that brings you there physically, non-necromantic magic is a little bit weaker, but not like in a super noticeable way. It's essentially within the realm of death. Necromantic and radiant magic is like tied to your soul, and your other magic is tied to your body. And as long as your body's there with you, you're not going to see a huge difference in your magic, other than radiant magic again being rather dangerous. You can find more about the kind of like function of radiant magic. It's not really something the necromancers have focused on or spent a great deal of attention on. It's kind of anti them, and Elise is the person who's been like driving that research forward for the last 30 years or so. So it is kind of new ground a little bit. But in your research about kind of like the foundations of death, you see that kind of like the realm of death is the journey from life to actual death. It's this twisting canyon that starts very subtly sloped downward and then slopes more and more and more until you're hurtling headlong into like this cliff that represents true death, and nobody knows what's beyond that. If you therefore like disturb the foundation of the dead realm in that way with like a very powerful explosion of radiant magic, you essentially fall through the cracks into oblivion, which maybe takes you to the same place as true death, maybe just destroys your body and soul utterly and you don't get any rest whatsoever. So it is dangerous, but also that the more powerful the radiant spell is, or whatever it is, the more dangerous it is, or using it over and over again in kind of the same place. There are reports in the research about somebody using radiant magic that kind of like disturbs the realm enough that creatures start like flocking to the one who used it, not necessarily like attacking but witnessing. So it can be a way to draw dangerous creatures to a specific area, and that you in that most creatures in the Dead Realm are either entirely immune to necrotic damage, or they are healed by necrotic damage. So you want to try to avoid it if at all possible. There are a couple of exceptions that you can find, but mostly things that are kind of in their element there are not going to be harmed by that element. And you also find references to specific magic that helps avoid the kind of corruptive decaying effect of death, the thing that makes it really dangerous to travel, including a specific spell that is censored and is found in the Forbidden Archives. If you get that spell, learn how to use it, you think that you would be able to, if these reports are to be believed, walk into the necropolis without dying, walk into the dead realm, and at least for the time being that the spell lasts, be okay. There is reference to like very fundamental physical changes that come along with this spell, but you don't know what those are. That is all, kind of in the Forbidden Archive and secret. but that is the best like defensive type of magic, and it recommends that spell effects that protect you from necrotic damage are always good, and it's better if it's kind of like symbol magic or, you know, on your body in some ways rather than like a spell effect, just so there's less chance of it getting disrupted. And finally, on that subject with the 17, you also get that if you are not physically present in the Death Realm, if you, you know, do like an astral projection kind of thing, which is comparatively a lot easier. There are ways of sort of anchoring a spirit in the Death Realm so it can like travel there psychically. In that case, all of its non-necromantic magic is like severely impaired. So that could be a situation where you're like, I could probably MacGyver a way for like me to physically go into death, and May and Fish magically come with me rather than being there physically. It would weaken them to a certain extent, but it also means they wouldn't, you know, die and their soul be shredded into a million pieces in a way that Cal can avoid, but they can't necessarily. So that is, you know, magic in the realm of death, and the other subject you were doing was what?
Basically, working on connections with Fish, specifically to sever
Right.
connection with Tinnitus, and then also to be like, if I am so disconnected to people around me in the world, would I seem dead to, what can I seem dead? Either to use that to, like, in the equivalent of an invisibility spell to sneak into the library, because it just, like, you don't register as somebody with any connections, or to be able to use that to get into the realm with stealth itself.
In your research, you find that you were essentially talking about two different problems, one being one of connection and one being one of being dead. Alive to dead is kind of this magical continuum energy-wise, and then unconnected is like this third thing, neither alive nor dead. In your research, you find that there is a fair amount of like connection-based magic that is interrupted by dying and being dead for a little bit of time. Like, you think that maybe if you were fully dead in the realm of death for maybe like longer than 60 seconds, the tracking thing in your bone that is currently being suppressed by Fish's magic would just like entirely fail to work anymore and just be a dead spell essentially. But in regards to seeming dead to people like Fish who can like reach out through connections to find you, that seems like something that is a lot harder. There is very little way to like entirely shear yourself off from like for example, you think it would be very magically difficult for you to like convince Jonas that you're dead because Jonas can like reach out to you through Fish. But
Counterpoint. You said
yeah.
that's what happened with Cal and Elise.
No, I said you don't know where Elise is, but you know she's not dead.
Well, maybe I'm misremembering. I remember you saying that, like, you know, you can't feel that she's dead. You can't feel that she's alive. You just don't
Yes.
feel anything.
Yes.
Which seems like a disconnection.
That is the connection between you is hitting the border of death because Elise is there physically. If Elise was dead, you would read her as dead. If she was alive, you would read her as alive. She is physically in death and therefore neither dead or alive, and you're just like not connecting. So if you physically go into death, go through the necropolis or whatever, you would also read as not alive or dead to something that was connecting with you, including Fish, if Fish was, you know, on the other side. But as soon as you came out of it, provided you didn't die in the interim, once you came out of death, it would like instantly reestablish and they'd be like, oh, alive. It's not like a permanent thing necessarily, but dying can sever certain connection-based spells like Tinnitus's tracking spell.
what I guess I was trying to say is if Elise has made that, Elise and Cal's connection is unable to, Bluetooth pair due to the realm of death. And the requirement for being added as a member is being dead and coming back. Is there a way to, as we said, like cheat the system and be clever by having the Bluetooth pairing fail and be like dead to the world in a metaphorical way, because this is the same effect?
You don't think so because you're dealing with death mages. So you think like they have kind of a specific definition of what they want you to do. If this was another situation, some thugs were like, we're tracking you, kill yourself, or we kill Elise, and then you were like, I separate all of the connections to me. They'd be like, wow, she really did it. But you think that the mages kind of proctoring the exam will be using spells to like look into the realm of death and be like observing you taking the test. So you think that would not fool this specific group of people, but maybe something to keep in your back pocket for down the road. Also, as you're thinking about this Bluetooth connection, you have no idea if it is actually the barrier between life and death that is disrupting it, or if it is the fact that Elise is in death. It's possible you go into death and that connection is like reestablished and you kind of sort of know where Elise is, but you have no idea if that would work or not, and therefore you can't rely on it.
All right.
All right. And then we had Fish, who wanted to look at Blink stuff.
Yeah, so using Blink, you go into the ethereal realm. Is there a way to engineer it so that you can go into the death realm, or is the ethereal realm functionally the same as the death realm?
Can I add something onto this?
Yeah.
So Fish would know that May can alter spells.
Yeah.
And it's usually like no offense, you can make a radiant spell do like necro damage instead. But could there feasibly be some way that May can help them like with a symbol change the spell to be the location? Like using symbol work as well.
I can add that as part of the question. So we'll
just like if that makes it more feasible.
Yes. Give me an investigation check with advantage to answer kind of all of these Blink questions. Like how this works, because Fish is so instinctual about magic. Fish does not know how the vast majority of their magic works. A lot of the past 2 years learning with Dad is being
many have tried to teach them, many have failed.
Why does this happen? And then it's sort of this way, and it's oh, I kind of get it. Sure.
I wasn't listening. Anyway,
I wasn't listening that much.
Oh. Well, at least it was with advantage, so it wasn't the nat 1. Investigation. I think it's +4, but I'm just double checking to be safe. Yeah. Okay, that's a 16.
Okay. With a 16, doing this research, the ethereal plane is on a continuum of this earthly existence and death. The ethereal plane is one step away from physical existence and 10 steps away from death. So it is on that continuum, but it's so much closer to physical existence than it is to death. With that research, you think that it is possible to, with May's help, create a version of Blink that could get you at least temporarily into death, at least from what you're reading and what you're like trying to like understand about the subject, that would be like a masterwork of spell work that would put you in the annals of history. Like, absolutely, you could try and do that. You would spend at least the next month here trying to figure out exactly how that works. But as you are researching the planes, and the ethereal plane being this like just out of step existence where objects that are not alive have like very little presence and effect on the ethereal plane, but objects that are alive show up, and therefore, you know, allows you to like see invisible creatures and stuff like that. You're thinking about this, you're going back and forth, you're really struggling. Fish is not a particularly academic person. I think you finally get frustrated and try to like physicalize it, try to like observe the things that these books are telling you by like blinking and then seeing if you can make sense of it. As you do, there is a weight to the library, a certain sense of awareness and self that encompasses this construct that is the library itself and the bones itself. And in the ethereal plane, you walk over to this bone wall, part of the construct, and you go, well, this obviously isn't going to work, and you try and push through, and there's resistance. More resistance than like going through a wall or something like that, but not so much that you can't push through, and you can like feel your arms sinking through the bones into the wall of the library. You look around and you can see some of the tunnels and such below you through the floor, through the walls. It looks like whatever this pathway is, whether it leads to the archive, and whether that's one room or a bunch of smaller rooms or something like that, you can kind of see the pathway, how it like immediately goes down and kind of snakes around to like a lower level. Like some of it is underneath this atrium you're in right now. You realize you could actually blink all the way through. You could essentially swim through the rock to a passageway beyond all of these security measures. You'd have to do the same thing to try to get out, assumingly, you know, you have no idea what the security looks like coming out from the other side. You think you could just skip all the security and go right through. However, the risk is that there is a much higher than 50% chance that you come back to your body in solid stone and die instantly. The way Blink works mechanically is you have to roll an 11 or higher, and then on your next turn you come back to this realm unless you once again roll an 11 or higher, which means getting through the bone construct layer, half movement. Getting through the rest of the rock is full speed, as it's just stone. It doesn't like impede you in that way. You think you would need to roll an 11 or higher 3 times in a row to get through to one of the lower passageways without dying, like, completely. As in, like,
Fish is gone.
They now need to go get like an excavator and like dig to your body to even attempt to revive you. You would be pulped. You would come back into physicalness in like a small seam of air in like a piece of quartz as you were like instantly pushed into a gel as the rock wind don't.
No. I hate this because I have rolled really well 3 times in a row, but also I have done many terrible rolls. 3 times in a row.
Okay.
And also, so, yes, Ellie.
So the Rod of Transference allows you to add +1 to an ability modifier. The other person loses +1. It's reversible, right? Feasibly, what we could do is drain our ability modifier and just throw it at you. And then if we also give you... I was thinking like we could make some teleportations rolls. Because once you've seen where to teleport, you can go in, right?
So
Link-
doing like a +10 or something like
Yeah.
that. So like
Does
cannot.
not work on any ability score. It is literally
shit.
just random. It is not roll a wisdom saving throw. It is
Okay.
roll a d20 and get an 11 or higher.
Are
It
you...
is
when
50-50.
So if Fish were to do this, well, we're talking about speed, because they can only get so far before they have to roll again, right? Can do the same with movement speed, as in
Yes.
one of the
Correct.
transference things is 15 feet of movement speed, which the other person loses. So we could, like, basically Cal and May could give you all of their movement speed, and you could zip through, potentially, maybe.
But
then the
still
problem
need
is
to
how to
roll
get us
good.
there. Yeah.
That could work. I will say that if you use Blink and like the first roll is not going to the ethereal plane, you're just still physically here. So you're just like, oh, this wall is solid. I'm just running into this wall. You have
Yep.
to succeed one time, and then after that it becomes dangerous.
Yep. Okay, here's another crazy thought for you. You mentioned the ice hearts could be utilized in some way.
Mhm.
Fish's body isn't even fucking going in the wall. Fish's body is empty. Fish is in the ice heart, and the ice heart is what could get crushed. And if it gets crushed, it's fine because Fish's body is over there, and Fish can just go swim on back over there. Don't tell them it might be dangerous, but they'll try it.
Yeah, I won't tell them that might be dangerous, and they might be like a severed soul trapped in a necromantic maze forever. Yeah,
It's better than
don't
being
don't let them
outright
know that.
dead.
Don't let them know that. But yes, that is also a possibility. Yes, this is one of the potential ways I thought you would solve this problem. There are a couple others. And as you figure this out with Blink, and you are kind of like excited to share with the others what you've figured out and what could happen, and you see Beliala hustling to your table with Jamal in her wake, carrying a big leather-bound book that she slams on the table. Glitchiness.
Oh.
I got my book back.
Oh, congratulations.
It is a first edition of John Milton's Paradise Lost, and now I can finally know what happens with Lucifer.
Oh, he dies at the end.
Fish! Wait. No, he's already dead. Because he's a demon, I think?
Yeah, but I got you for a second there, didn't I?
Fish, that was unkind.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant it as a funny joke.
Never joke about book spoilers.
Okay.
The Legionist, I got my book back, and I replaced it with a duplicate. Jamal helped me take out the tracking spells in the end pages.
Jamal.
Wait, you told me this was for the heist. Yes, the heist of my book. What heist were you talking about? Oh. Right. Okay. Yeah, Caligulus, I guess we're available to help now. I've been doing a little bit of research about the history of the temple, trying to find out its layout from previous years, and I think I know, generally speaking, where the other hallways are in relation to the building, so we may be able to figure out some sort of tunneling system. Yes, Beliala, we want to get into the Forbidden Archive. I imagine there's a lot of interesting books there. If you want to help. Oh yes. Nothing I need in the archive, I don't think, but that would be very interesting. And of course, I want to help Caligulus in the temple in any way possible. How can I help?
Cal sighs, and she's just like rubbing her temples, and she's like, well, we've been at this for about an hour and a half at this point, and I think the best we came up with a plan that may have fish become a permanent layer in the walls. Jamal's like, I like that plan.
Okay, that could work.
Yeah, and the first part of me becoming a part of the library tractate is you get fucking banned.
Yeah, okay. Fish doesn't have that power, right?
Yet.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Yes. What are we up against? What are the security measures? What can be done?
This is the point at which Fish either like gathers their intel regarding like what the patrols are, like who's watching and where, and or begins to do that, and also make plans of a distraction.
Okay. For patrols, I'm gonna assume you're blinking in and then looking through the ethereal plane to kind of like see where there's movement and where there's people in the other tunnels. Give me a perception check, as you're the only person who can find out that information.
Yep. That wasn't a real roll. I didn't see what it was, and it just fell out of my hand on the number that it was in my hand, so it doesn't. Yeah. 6.
Okay. With a 6, you don't see a lot of movement, or kind of like people and animals and things show up a lot more obviously in the ethereal realm than do objects, so they're a lot easier to kind of spot. You don't really see any movement or people down there for the most part. There is something. It's a little farther away. It doesn't seem to be under any of like the galleries. It seems to be like a tunnel that goes off for a bit. There's something over there that's like a little bit, you can see a little bit of movement, but you're not really sure what it is. You know, could be an animal pen or something like that. No idea. And then there seems to be kind of another large chamber that's closer that every once in a while you can see kind of some movement in. You would think that there's not really tons of patrols, that just kind of like if somebody's working in there, they're working in there, and otherwise the security is all like non-people. As you're describing the security measures for this place, Cal is speaking to Beliala about what's going on, about the magical darkness and things like that. And Beliala goes, "I can see in my own darkness, Bel."
Hmm?
I developed that ability some years ago. It was one of the things that Abbot Pagan valued me for. When I cast the darkness spell, it does not affect me. I can see within it.
It's not for everybody?
No.
No, it is.
Can't see inside darkness.
No, I'm pretty sure the notes for my spell
Didn't-
card say that I can see
Didn't
inside
you
my
just
own.
say earlier though, Patrick, about like the caster of darkness can see? Like when we were looking
No,
at the
that
wall
is
of
that is for specifically the Hallow spell rather than the
sorry.
darkness spell.
I have darkness. I'll have a look, but I'm pretty sure you cannot see when even if you are the caster of darkness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a creature with dark vision can't see through this darkness, and non-magical light can't illuminate it. Yes. No. Normally, a caster cannot see within their own darkness spell.
Oh, I don't have darkness. I have silence.
You have
All right,
silence.
sorry.
The other thing you share, Cal. Yeah. Yes, this is a special ability that Beliala has developed to always be able to see within her own darkness, and she's just like, I could try to figure out how to share it with you magically in some way. Maybe I could make one or more of you see within the magical darkness if I could examine the spell. It's just a thought.
I appreciate the thought, cleric, but I don't know. I'm just going to assume, just based on how I just didn't really get anywhere with it, Cal's just like, just like, I don't know what to fucking do. It's like, maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's the best way to do the heist is something where I agree to just take the test, or maybe just do the test and use that to gain access or something. I don't know. This just all is starting to feel very.
Jamal seems very worried that you're considering it, but doesn't look like he will necessarily stop you, maybe?
Cal like
But-
puts her head down on the table and she's like, if I get the reflection to do it and die, do you think I can just go in her place because we look identical?
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, but how would I convince? What would I do to convince them?
I don't know. Do we have her phone number?
Looks
don't
at
have-
face.
We don't have anything that she would want. She's, as happy as Adenia could possibly be, I imagine. And she hates you.
May know something that she may want.
Yep. No, she does hate me. And while she would like library access, I don't know what would be the connection to death. What that would be, it would be, I mean, not that I care, but it would be uprooting the lives of everyone else as well.
Well, yeah, and that's why you shouldn't do the test either, because basically you're like, well, I may as well have a 50% chance of fucking killing myself. Please don't do that. We're all gonna stand here and not let Denya fucking kill herself, right? We're not gonna do that? Tractate?
No, I don't think I don't think I can allow that. No.
Deeply sarcastically, Cal goes, ye of little faith.
No, listen, it doesn't have to be as extreme as that. I'll just seduce the password out of Rain.
Cal does that exact face I just did now, like, would it work?
It could. You wouldn't be fucking dead in that situation.
Okay, but why would he be motivated to tell you?
Because I ask.
Do you usually get whatever you ask for?
Not from you. Like, this is not how our relationship works. But in other times, yes.
Cal is just like rubbing her temples, headache coming on, being like, I mean, I guess it doesn't hurt the plan. Oh, I hate this.
And I'll just travel through the wall.
Which will potentially end with you dead, which is apparently less bad than me being dead.
Well, that's exactly what I was just about to say, Dinya. Better me than you.
I agree.
Thanks. She's...
You're welcome.
Yeah. May, you're being awfully quiet.
Is it May like researching still? Because
I
this is taking
imagine
place
this
while she's
as
doing
a-
all her research.
No, I was imagining this as like a powwow, which was why Cal was like, okay, for the hour and a half, we've been sharing what we learned, and we've learned jack shit. Our best chance is getting fish to become wall putty.
Yeah, I imagine that like we've been at a big rectangular fucking table, all going
With a law lamp.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. May would have been taking. Yeah, so I thought she was like gone. That's why. As a player, I have an idea.
Go for it.
So one of the, I know when we get the chance to do more research, this is going to be one of the things that May asks. But I'm wondering if what distinguishes the high necros is that they're part of the library. Like, whether they physically have left bones in the library, and that's how it recognizes it as one of them. Or there's some magical signature, like, that's part of the whole ritual that they go through that is, like, that only the library has. But, my dumb thought is like, what if we just put what if we just sacrifice some of our bones to the walls?
I like it, both as ink and fish.
Well,
Yeah.
Cal already made a connection to Cal already made a connection to the Bone Network.
A
sequel to the social network.
To a spirit that was part of the Bone Network.
But then they said they add. Yeah, that's what I mean. But they added his bones to it. That's what she said.
So here's my thought.
We
Is it
make friends
possible
with
for-
all the bones.
Is it possible for Cal to do a death sense to see if Rag and Osturia, whatever his name was, if part of their bones are in the walls? Can death sense be that specific?
I think, yes, it can be that specific. It would just take a long time because it would be like, it just, it'd be the equivalent of, searching for like the one piece of wallpaper that's slightly different. You'd just be like, going over this whole room in a detail. Did they say it was in this room? No. God damn it.
Here's
So
my question.
that's my theory anyway.
It would take a while, but yes, you could.
Yeah.
You could do that.
Can we host a seance that's also a rager?
Yes.
We have like a cunty little necromancer party.
Yeah.
Can we host a
Teach these
seance
stuffy librarians to get down. Yeah.
that's also a rager where we go to the bones and we like try to make them our friends, like mass cast the friend spell or like get them bone spirit high.
This is
They
also
pull
the
the security.
distraction.
Oh, hang on. What's the depth of Cal being able to commune with spirits, Mooney? How does the spell mechanically work?
Oh, for death sense?
No. When you let when Cal let the spirit like possess her or whatever, or called it out for those parts of the test.
I don't actually have a spell for
Yeah,
that.
that's not actually mechanics. That's a combination of death sense, Fish's magical connection effect on Cal, and very good arcana.
Okay. Other option. Because the library is like a living magical thing, why can't we connect to it using Fish's magic?
That's what I'm saying. A seance that is
We
also
go-
a rager.
We talk to Sans.
But that like, because like if it has, I mean, do we know if the search engine is connected to the door? Is it like a discrete property?
If you wanted to research this question magically right now while you're discussing it, Cal would realize that it is not a discrete property. It's the equivalent of like, the search engine is a hand while the door is a foot. They're part of the same like larger structure, but they're not necessarily like magically close to each other. But yeah,
But they are connected. Fish just like basically fists this thing magically, like finds like the switch to like open
or
the
not
door.
magically.
Is my thought.
They're like, let's go to the room of pelvis, and we'll
Just
see
rummage
which one
around a
might
little.
miss it along the wall.
Jesus Christ.
It's the secret back door.
Knee deep in bush.
And skeletal bush. Oh, it's dry and sandpapery.
No.
I don't think that everyone at the table has the giggles because that's it, but I do like the idea of them just being like, what if Fish fucks the library?
Fish looks at Jamal and is like, and then you'll really be banned.
Jamal like privately talks to you and is like, I don't know if that's a serious suggestion, but I'm really struggling with how I feel about something. I feel like if Fish fucked the library, I would be incredibly jealous, and I don't know why.
We'd all be
What
jealous.
that says about me.
I was like, you guys can have turns having relations with the library. I don't care. And then after this incredibly stupid discussion, I think Cal has had her face in her hands on Talheim, and she's like, great. Well, maybe it makes more sense than trying to... and instead of trying to go past the security system or try to or try to fool the security system or anything like that, or work with any of the necromancers here, which are going to... And I'm going to just say, Fish casts like a silent spell over their study table or something like that. Like, they're being secure about this, or they're, back at home. She's like, maybe it is the best thing to try to see what the security system wants instead of what the teachers want. Actually, she would say the proctors want, because they are two separate entities. The security system listens to what the proctors say, but maybe the requirements from the security system may be something as simpler than what the proctors want. Maybe they want connections to their living loved ones, or more knowledge of the outside world, or something, but maybe we can figure something out with that.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. I think we've got a couple of options, and I'll work towards whatever you want me to, and I will as well. I have my book now, so I'm 100% focused on this mission. So long as I have, I'd say, an hour a day to read this in personal time. Other than that, very committed.
Cal is also like, I also have no idea what Tinnitus is doing, and that is also a factor we need to keep in constant.
Should we find out?
Awareness. Yes. Might need to be something. We need to know where he is before we figure out where we are going to be.
Beliala just like steps away from the table and starts like looking around for Tinnitus and the others. Yep. Caligulus, I found someone. Cleric and Harkin.
Oh.
He's over there across the room.
Oh, alright. Is he doing anything suspicious?
He's looking at books. Is that suspicious?
No.
Well, what kind of books?
He's illiterate, so it is.
Just like Sinner.
Yeah. The rudest Cal has ever been. I didn't know you could read. What the fuck?
I hate to be pushy, but can we do some more research?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm out of ideas.
Yeah.
No,
I think
Patrick
you all
being
came up
like,
with some good
these are your
ideas.
plans. I'm like, shut up, Patrick.
No, I think
having
you all. I think you all came up with some good ideas. You just have to like
and you
actually.
shut them down.
Yeah.
No, they're all just dangerous for various reasons. You could.
You're not even giving us like the DM help where Kekano's like, what if what we did is we took the key that they use and I steal it from their pockets while they're sleeping? I'd be like, thank you, Kekano, representing the DM.
No, there's no. You can investigate that if you want. There's no key.
I know.
Okay, fine. Then I'll commit Fish is like, all right, I'm gonna go ingratiate myself with Rain. See you later.
Yeah.
And
Gonna find out
leaves.
his favorite drink. Gonna figure out which season he likes the best.
Turns out
I
his
will
safe
say,
word is the same as the door password.
yeah.
Also, having to see if the carpet matches the drapes.
It's so important. And look, I'm also curious about the armpit hair, like just everything. You know, I have to check the whole deal out, so
Yeah,
I'll take
is
care of that.
Is it like, because head hair goes white out of stress, but then like other hair goes white out of like genetics when you get old, but
trauma.
also like
And trauma to the hair
genetically,
follicle.
but yeah, and trauma to the hair follicle, but also genetically, like head hair and armpit hair are totally different. So, what's that whole deal? Need to do a hair map.
Yeah, I'll do the hair map. You guys do the library map.
Do the boring, lame bullshit.
I just remembered a fun fact about hair that I genuinely may think is too inappropriate to share on the recording.
What?
Because we're very appropriate on this recording.
Okay, yeah, if you want to. I was just thinking about hair color and texture difference.
Yeah.
Sometimes with men, especially redheaded men, they can get like a little white streak like in the beard.
Mm.
That's sometimes referred to as a pussy drip. There is
I think that's perfectly appropriate, Patrick.
That's very Australian. That's like something an Australian would say.
It doesn't make it white, but because it is acidic, if you were a man with a beard engaging in a certain activity all the time, the hairs in certain areas will be slightly lighter and a softer texture because they're kind of getting eaten away a little bit.
Fish is canonically explaining this to the group.
Yeah, and they did not ask.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And they go, and I wasn't sure about like the actual medical veracity of this, so I of course talked to Zeke, and they confirmed it.
We talked about it for a long time. Most
I
of the time
actually
I
just
was
called
away.
Zeke to go check.
Yeah.
They say hi.
Yeah. Also, by the way, how about what if your wife killed herself?
Hey, Fish.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Okay. I got a white-haired dude in my sights. Wish me luck.
What was that? What? No, wait, come back.
Fish tells Zeke, yeah, I'm about to fuck a necromancer. No, not that one. Another one, a hotter one. He's got white hair. And then Zeke's like, oh, bye.
Aw, bud.
It's pretty close to blonde.
I will say, speaking about Kekino DM, you have all sort of like reverse engineered your way into the 4 potential ways I thought you would solve this. You've
Nice.
found all the potential answers. You just need to take one and try to run with it.
Was fuck the library on the list?
I think my
Not in
bone
those
theory is.
terms. Not in those terms, but yeah, kind of.
I think my bone theory is quite. I reckon my bone theory is pretty correct.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. Okay.
Actual book.
Can I do my research questions?
Jizz in it and you close it, and then it's glued closed forever. That's sex with the library. What's your research?
Jesus. Okay, so the first is how the library functions as a magic construct.
Okay.
Specifically, in terms of how it integrates with like the souls that are put into it, like how does that work? What are the vibes? Is it like, is it a physical requirement that the bones be there? Is it kind of just like, a little, looks cunty? Or is it like an actual, no, the bones need to be
Look
there?
cunty. Yes, that you
And is
can
there any
go
way to
about that.
replicate it?
You can go about that one of 2 ways. You can try and come at it from a pure artificer standpoint, just trying to track like the magical pathways of the library, see how it's all built together. You know, maybe you put in a call to Jaw at the Canadian Sanctuary, because magical constructs are what he specialized in, so he may be able to guide you a little bit. Or you can come at this in the other direction as a historian, which is try to figure out the history of the library, why it exists, why it's the way it is, and if it has to be that way to function. Just sort of two different ways of going about that. Fish's seducing Rain. What does...
Okay.
Oh, do I not get 2 research questions?
I mean, if you want.
Yes, I do want.
They're not actively seducing Rain. They're more like being like, and I'm your best friend now. Tell me all of your secrets. Also, do you think I'm hot?
Yeah, every time Rain comes out with like a stack of books to be reshelved, you're just like seductively leaning against the nearest stack, right in his eye line over and over again.
Flipping the hair off the eyes.
And do you think I could make a good necromancer? Like, you know, Abbott Denier, she always says, you know, that I don't have what it takes, and I just...
Cleric Snapper, are you not currently a necromancer?
Like Snapper, are you appropriating?
Because that was the name and information you put down on the paperwork when you joined.
No, just I'm already a necromancer. Am I being a good one? Shush. Let me have my bit.
Patrick, my second question was going to be what the ancient symbol on the walls is. Or what they mean, or whatever. Because they're all different symbols, aren't they?
Yeah, there's a bunch of different ones. As you investigate, you're kind of taking a close eye, keeping an eye out on the bones. You end up just kind of moseying over really closely to one of the walls with these symbols, and then nobody's paying attention, so you look really hard, and you realize that that the wall has been like mildly chipped out and the bones kind of set into place in this design. You can see in between the bones the part of the wall that is undamaged, and it forms that symbol. That was a symbol pre-existing on the wall before there were bones here, and just as part of decorating, they decided to copy the symbol that they found on top of it. Maybe they didn't even realize it was a symbol that they were copying. They were just going with the flow of the cave or whatever. So that can tie into if you want to look into the history of this place.
Yeah, let's smush it together.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I have another note about Rain. This is really this is a very specific thing that Fish is doing. It's not a seduction, but it is I have to get through this door. And it's like, but building the foundation to like Rain consenting to let Fish into the Forbidden Archive so it's not even breaking in.
Yeah. And Fish is going about it just like, oh, you're so nice. Oh, you've got the books checked out? I was looking to read that. Why don't you take me to your room? Your room's past the big bone door, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not?
Damn. It's not? Okay, but you have your room. Okay, but is there anywhere that's more private than that? Because I can't read what
other people can't get into.
Right.
Maybe somewhere a little dark, further underground. That really does it for me.
I'm really into cold, dank environments.
Mm-hmm. No.
Temperature place.
Because I'm just saying this because yes, we're doing a fun gag, but also I do want this to be helpful.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Are we going to talk about how those qualities seem very similar to a certain individual on the party?
Yeah. All right, that's what Fish is working on, and what is Cal working on? Keeping an eye on Tinnitus and the others, trying to figure that out.
Yeah, not having a meltdown. Honestly, primarily, don't have a meltdown. Secondly, basically going to investigate what Tidus is doing and also go to Tail and basically being like, I'm giving you a heads up of generally, I'm giving you having kind of a vague conversation where maybe she's talking about like, yeah, maybe considering joining the library, dying for it. I don't know, people aren't super into that. And just kind of seeing what Tail is saying. Also knowing that like there's a difference between letting Tail come to her own conclusions on things and then be able to offer advice versus just like being like, and this is what I'm gonna do. Because she's like, I know even Tidus is not going to like pry information out of you because fucking knows that he would have done that already, but also just not feeling like comfortable with explicitly being like, and this is my secret plan.
Yes, Cal's not super comfortable with sharing, but because you're having personal issues, not because you think Tail is not someone safe to share with.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right. Then first things first, I think we'll have May do a history check with advantage if you're going to look into the history of this place.
Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Not bad. Even better. That is a 26. That I'm going to boost up to 30.
Okay.
She can't be stopped.
With a
So you see,
30?
if it was Ellie going through the wall, there'd be no problem.
Yeah.
330?
Not
May, just Ellie.
No,
It's,
yeah.
it's actually a shame because Flash of Genius, I need to be able to give you a boost. Otherwise, I would just be like throwing the +4s in your direction as you swing the stone.
Yeah, no, May couldn't go through the wall. That's her brother-in-law's job. But Ellie,
Yeah.
you can do it.
Yeah.
I just hit really fucking hard. Over and fucking over. Okay, yeah, sorry, so that's a 30, Patrick. So I believe that'll probably hit most of your DCs.
With a 30. Sorry, I was looking something up real quick. Oh yeah, yeah. Fortunate Soul is written so specifically that it would not be able to give advantage to Blink. I just wanted to double check that. Yes, with a 30, you start trying to do some research and quickly find out that like the history of the temple itself is a subject of some interest to the library, but not something that most of the researchers here are interested in. So it's in like its own kind of like private library corner, and you end up chatting with Brother Ostura, who is a kind of young-looking guy.
Is he hot?
He's maybe cute in a way. He's a little doughy in a little bit. Just not someone the most like physically active.
In a way, is the most damning thing you could say about someone.
It's just he doesn't look particularly in shape, but he seems nice. Personality counts for a lot.
Go for it.
As you're chatting with him, he's just like, "Oh yes, no, it's actually really exciting. So we have dated some of the bones that we found here, and it seems like this cave system originally was being used as a sort of burial or remembrance site. It seems like locals have been placing bones here for their dead for about 12 to 13,000 years, which is really, quite a long time. Some of those older bones have, of course, been incorporated into our designs, mostly deeper in the library, but some out here. There's actually the one of the keystone pieces of the rosette that's over the front door is one of the very old bones that was found here originally. Our records show, and just like helps you research this problem because it's interesting, and you're like, I stumbled upon your special interest. It essentially says, Unfortunately, we can't conclusively tell you the whole history of this place. The idea of not, fucking something up to make it look prettier because an archaeologist wants to study it down the line is a very modern thing. Preserving things for the future in that way was not a sensibility until fairly recently. Records essentially show that this was a cave system that people would come to leave the bones of their dead for a very long time, and therefore had some association with like proto-necromancy, and have it like created this like wellspring of death magic very early on that drew more people to it when they were necromancy practitioners. Eventually, people started digging it out and expanding it, and they found what, according to the records, they believe that like this cave system was partially natural cave and partially winding in through a ancient ruin that was here. And that this was maybe its memorable, maybe it's ink. That's incredibly sad. Yeah, I know. That's honestly disturbing and heartbreaking. But maybe it was a thing of like some some cultural memory of the ancients being there is the reason why people brought their dead there, or something like that. It's just a lot of theories, not a lot of things that are certain. He tells you that some of the more intact ancient ruins are actually adjacent to, and in some cases have been converted into, kind of the living spaces and the kitchen and stuff like that of the temple itself, sort of the private areas. And that as a high cleric, if you are interested in this, he'd be willing to give you kind of like a supervised tour to look at symbols and stuff like that. But yeah, you think that there is some hey, there is some like potential connection here with the ancients and why this place like exists, even as a structure, or maybe as a place that eventually became this worshipful necromantic location. It's certainly a interesting talk and research, even if you don't get a lot of like hard conclusions. But with your expertise, you can kind of tell that like you don't think this was like a lab, like the place you've bound before, but this does seem like it was like a settlement. Like if this place were still whole, there wasn't a library that was built in and on top of it, this might be the largest like ancient settlement other than the ruins, which you couldn't share with anybody. And it actually may occur to you that like you can take some things and with a little bit of, sort of judicious interpretation, being just, oh, inspiration just struck me, you may be able to actually write about this place and publish some of the things you learned in the ruins that it's always sucked that you couldn't share with the wider community, and just kind of pretend it was discovered in this place, even though you know it previously. But yeah, the exact like function and nature of this place, you're not 100% sure, but it does seem to be like something tied with the ancients. And then as you get more into like more modern history, Brother Astura relates that essentially there was like a death cult that formed around this place as like proto-necromancers were drawn by the death energy. More and more people were left their bones here, and it became this kind of like large tradition in not just like this temple and like the village, but like kind of the wider community, as people would take pilgrimages to like leave the remains of their relatives here, and that's why there's just so fucking much. And that this kind of became a like center of necromantic teaching pre-necromancy religion, and therefore, while it has been a necromantic temple, like since the religion of necromancy was founded, which was like 200 or 300 AD, this has been like a center of necromantic learning and study in a way for like genuinely a couple thousand years at this point. And so while it was not a library in its modern form, it has been like, it's a place very deeply associated with the history of necromancy, which is why it has this ability to like create a construct here and have it like survive off ambient necromantic energy and stuff like that. Yeah, the as you learn, yes,
Patrick.
Mm-hmm.
At any point, does May draw the comparison between the construct of the library and what Jonas was meant to be as a security system?
What Jonas was meant to be was this great general against the faceless
But
ones.
how they've repurposed him, I mean.
But what he got repurposed to was this security system. You see a lot of similarities. You don't know if it was like directly inspired by something that was pre-existing here, or whether it was just their own idea, but you see this like kind of all-encompassing, the building is a network of security systems. You see a lot of similarities to what was in the ruins and what Jonas was running, essentially. You know, you don't know enough about like the necromantic theory to like understand exactly how or why, but at least from an arcane construct standpoint, you know, Jonas was the mind of the security system. While this does not have like one mind, it has this gestalt mind of like all these individual pieces of everyone who's died and been buried here.
Yeah.
So everything's it's a little more loosey goosey. There's no like one like being to converse with and try to convince, but it is a mind made up of the parts. You know, some of its parts. A grave mind, and
yep. Hello. Yeah, right.
Yes, that was an inspiration for this place.
Yeah. Okay. Concerning.
And, yeah, no, I genuinely, not playing Halo. Gravemind is one of the most interesting things in Halo lore, and
yeah, for sure.
It was partially just like thinking about that I had some of the inspiration for this place. Yeah, you think that like this could still be a library without the construct. It would be a less interesting library, but it could still be a library. But the construct has kind of grown to become the like temple itself. It is almost like a member. It is almost like not in charge of the way the temple, the way an abbot would be, but almost like this highest authority in the temple is the library itself, you know, both metaphorically and literally as this thing that all of the necromancers serve. And you do think that like adding bones to it is an important part of allowing it to grow, because essentially each bone is like a little receptacle of the mind of this place, and therefore you need to keep adding to it if it is going to be able to like expand and have new rooms and things like that. So you do think that like adding bones to it is a very important part of like just magically the construct of it and how it works. And you also think if you want to like really pay attention, you can get some good ancients stuff here, some good lore. And one thing is when you're asking about the ancient the ruins of the ancients, Astora is like. Oh, and of course, there's much more well-preserved carvings and rooms and stuff down below, but that's off limits. So just, you know, unfortunately, I can't take you there, but that's fine.
May is like, oh, that's such a shame. I don't suppose there were any transcriptions of the symbols or anything. It's a passion of mine. I'd just be very interested to see if there's any remnants.
Oh, I have actually made a little bit of a study of this subject while I've been here. So it's not complete by any means, but I have sort of an initial draft of at least some of the symbols with notes about where they can be found. If you'd like to take a look at that.
I would love that. Thank you. May does the patented May gladly forearm.
Yeah, yeah.
Hasn't done that for a while, but needs must.
It's not cheating. Nothing's gonna happen, but still. He shows you the notebook.
Mm.
You're flipping through a lot of things that are a lot of like, okay, the notes are like this symbol was by itself. In context, it can mean a bunch of other things. By itself, it's kind of useless. And other flipping through as you get to things that are like full phrases, words, like information. You realize that a number of those things are labeled as down below, and the most complete transcription comes from a place that is labeled RV, and you don't know what that is, and if you ask, Astora is going to get really concerned and take the book back. So you try and get the gist of what these little try to make sense of these little words and phrases. You see things about storage and containment. You see things about there's a series of symbols you've seen before that is like literally translated like a metaphorical allusion to like a maze or a labyrinth, but that the ancients use to refer to like security in a way of like security from threats, especially, unspoken, but the faceless ones. And you see that here. And you're like, okay, so if this was like not a research center, if this was a village, this might have been like a kind of a more faceless ones village, or it might have been from later in the ancients period after the faceless ones were gone, and pretty much everybody was like, yeah, they sucked. We're on the same side. Kind of want to take a look at this, but don't know where this area is.
Because May believes in academic integrity, she says to Astora, I'm actually a specialist in ancient culture and language and archaeology and such, and I've been wanting to put a paper together for a while. I don't suppose, I know we've only really just met, but are you looking to be a co-author at all anytime soon?
Oh, I mean, I just dabble, that's
dabbling is how it starts, my dear.
Well, I mean, I haven't really done a lot of the requisite reading. Just any of the papers that become really really popular. I have read, but yes, I would love to. That sounds wonderful.
May is basically like, all right, I would love I can. So I can compare them to my own notes, and then I'll send you what I have. She'll send very few things, I think. But mainly what she wants is to kind of get an idea of what could be going on down there. The other thing I was going to ask Patrick.
Excuse me, Mooney. This is a nerdy Persian guy, okay?
Yeah, I was going to say this guy.
We are not getting into race science about whether Persians are white or not.
It depends who you ask in what era.
I was thinking of Kalor and Cal, and I am sorry, I did miss that this was a man.
Patrick, you also mentioned that there's an ancient settlement, or an ancient lowercase a settlement, over yonder.
Yes, no, there is an ancient uppercase.
How far away is it?
It is. If you like looked at a map, it is like at the crow flies, like about like a mile and a half, and so you're like, okay, that was probably like that's one end of this village. This cave is like the other end of this village. This is like one place.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, if May has the opportunity, she's gonna see if there's a secret connecting tunnel from the other place.
You would probably have to get some help from like an earth elemental or elementalist or something just to
I can
find
put
the cave.
Earth.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just pointing out, mold earth would take you fucking forever, just like digging random holes in random directions, looking for a passageway. But yeah, no, you absolutely can do that and search for a way in.
We take so long investigating that Metal is now on her honeymoon.
Girl, come over to Persia. Because my thought
actually,
is that
Ellie, I'm so sorry to interrupt.
You're
How long have we been here? Like a week now?
About a week,
Cool.
a little less. Yeah.
Kel does occasionally take calls with Metal about being like, okay, can we have a different reception dress? No. They want to keep you prisoned in the big fluffy dress for the whole time.
That's honestly
I don't want her
just
to be on a run.
disrespectful for the dress. You're
Can
gonna
we-
spill something on it, and then you can't save it.
Can we switch out the skirt and the excuse you need a dance? No?
Okay, they're willing to
Fish-
compromise so that we can switch out the shoes, but they're adamant about the dress.
Fish pushes Cal aside. What's the cake gonna be?
There's gonna be a vanilla and a chocolate.
Okay. Sorry, Ellie, you were having a thing.
no, you're right. I was just thinking about how May's tremor sense work, but it's for detecting people, not cave spaces or anything like
Yeah,
that.
it's
Unfortunately.
it's detecting things that are moving. So if it's like if there was like a rodent in the secret passageway or something, you could see it. But it's like
We could also have fish like blink in the vicinity and see
Yeah.
like. So I don't have to go
Here
down.
we go. This is how we do it. We go, you guys love Kekano. You say Kekano does not have to pass tests to be in the library. Ergo, Kekano should go into the restriction section.
what they said actually was that Kekano doesn't have to be tested because Kekano is a part of fish. So their response to that would be like, yeah,
You gotta kill
no,
fish.
absolutely, Kekano is allowed in the archive if fish kills themselves.
I think we'll just give Kekano to Rain as a pet. He's yours now.
You know,
Maybe
Rain,
that worked.
People really liked it. Like, they feel better when they're hanging out with Kekano, and I noticed that you come out looking pretty stressed from that particular room. So how about, like, you just take him with you this time?
Which brings us to Fish trying to seduce / befriend Rain. Give me a persuasion
It's the
check.
same.
There is no difference in Fish's mind.
All right. Just a regular, a flat.
Yep. If you want to try and use Kekano as part of your seduction, you can get that help action and get advantage, but I don't know if you want to put him through that.
No.
Yeah,
No.
gross.
No, Kekano, he is never involved in these sorts of matters.
Wonder if the curtain matches the carpet. Dad, why are you talking about interior design?
Okay, that's dirty 20.
All right. With a dirty 20, you find High Cleric Rain. You just keep finding him around, essentially. You just keep happening to like put yourself where it seems like he's going to be, so you can run into each other, chat a little bit, and you know, just flirt a little bit. And talking about books he's reshelving and stuff, you start asking him about you know, mortal death gods rather, and mortal death legends and things like that. And get a little help. Oh, yeah, help me research, help me find this stuff. And he's responding to it decently well. He's smiling more. He's more friendly. You can ask him about the white hair, and he says damage from how tall is Rain? Does help me reach this book? Yes,
Fish
actually, Rain.
is like 6 feet. They
Yeah.
can reach
Wait.
the-
I thought Fish was 5'9".
Yes, when I say like, that's
Yeah.
what the word like means.
Wait, I'm sorry to say this, but I'm like, there's a huge difference between 5'9" and 6 foot. But then this made me realize, no, that I had a conversation with Patrick literally yesterday, where they're like, when you're anxiety, it doesn't make a difference.
Yeah. It sure doesn't. For the recording, I'm 5'1".
For the recording, this was me relating to Mooney, a conversation I had with Ellie, where Ellie said, when I met Ink, Ink said, I thought you'd be taller. And then I said, in fairness to Ink, everybody, the difference between height after a certain point is probably not that much.
It's true. Like, lately I've been around people who are like, who are already tall, who say, but this person's taller than me, and I'm like, I don't see it.
Yeah, who knows? There's a stand-up comedian who is genuinely 7 feet tall, and I just kind of want to see you standing next to him, having a conversation.
Anyways, how tall's Rain?
Rain is like just under 6 feet, so like is slightly taller than Fish, but not by a lot. But it could be I can't quite reach, and Fish is like not actually like reaching for it that hard. But yeah, Rain shares with you some stories about wow, that's really accurate. About
Thinking of that fucking image too. Help me! I'm being bullied in the chat.
I mean, the text is accurate, not in this situation, but like in general. Yeah, it tells. You probably ask about his hair turning white, and he tells you. Let's see. We'll do D2 because I rarely get to flip a coin.
We find out he's an anime protagonist in a completely separate storyline.
I mean, that's heads. So he does not say, but implies that he is all of his hair turned white, which he shows you by like showing his white arm hair, and you're like, implications. Yeah, he just helps you out and chats with you as you are spending time with him, pretending to pay attention to a lot of subjects. You also keep an eye out, and you see Tinnitus and Tail and Harkin around, and you're keeping an eye on them, but not like seeking them out. You're just wandering around with Rain. You do notice, and maybe you decide to comment on this to Rain. It's a couple of times before you notice what is happening, but every time, like, you go into a little side room to put some books away with Rain, you see, oh, Tinnitus is sitting at the table over there. There's also, like, another cleric of the library just, like, shelving books. Then you realize kind of, like, taking off the books and rearranging them, and then taking them and putting them back, and that keeps happening every time you see the other members, and you realize that Rain did promise to, like, keep an eye on things to catch Tinnitus and the others if they're doing something bad. They're just, like, not even hiding it. They're just, everywhere Tinnitus goes just doesn't get privacy. Somebody's keeping an eye on him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Can Fish see, like, how aware... Oh, no. How annoyed does Tinnitus look?
Tinnitus looks like he is doing his best to ignore it. He's really focusing on some books that he grabbed. Clearly, he's aware of what's happening, so it's like, why the charade? But doesn't seem like super annoyed.
Fish passes Tinnitus at one point in a hole and goes, Abbott.
Fish.
Cleric in these holes, bitch.
He fully like stops in the hallway and turns towards you and goes, "Really? Did the apostate give you that title?"
Apostate. Oh, you mean Denier? No.
Then what temple did see fit to give you this title?
Temple of the Sacred Cup.
Ah, yes. Not familiar with that one. Where is it located?
Aotearoa.
Wasn't aware we had any fellows out that way.
Well, you know, why would you be? You're not exactly connected with the youths.
No, it's true that my allies skew a bit more conservative, doing necromancy the right way.
Ooh, the right way. Mm. Well, great to see you, Ghoul Dick.
See you as well, cleric. And of course, a good day to you, High Cleric Rain. Turns and leaves.
Cool.
Well, that was something. A lot of
Yeah.
bad blood there, I assume.
Oh yeah, a little bit of bad blood. Kind of the abusive, not dad of my friend. How could you let that kind of thing slide?
Right. Yes. No, it's a little complicated the way other temples seem to handle their business. Also, you know, fish, because of course, Claire Snapper, that's cute.
Yes. Yeah, it kind of disrespectful, right? You know, like I have said, you know, call me Snapper.
I could see it being an affectionate joke, but clearly not between the two of you.
No, yeah, nah, not in this case. Anyway, I apologize that you had to see me being you know, a bit of a dick there. I do try to suppress that in myself.
Well, I appreciate attempting to keep civil in the library, as long as it doesn't go beyond words.
Of course not. No.
Not
You know,
to
I
disturb.
respect the library. I would never defile its corridors, makes eye contact.
Of course. No, it's, well, not everybody has as much respect for the sanctity and cleanliness of the library, but I can
Not
see
that
it.
Jamal tractate, for sure.
Really?
No. Oh,
Someone-
the stories I could tell
Yep.
you, but I won't, because I have been asked not to.
Well, a good policy. And yeah, you're just you're getting closer to him. There are a couple of times where he has to step away to go into you know, the Forbidden Archive, and probably the first time you're like, "Yeah, let me just come with you," and he's like, "No." But you do get a better sense. You can like see him packing up a bag that he's taking down there, or rolling a cart and things. He goes with some other clerics, not a Clericostora this time, but Cleric Rag still. And you see that he is bringing handcuffs and things, and mostly it's like books and things for the archive. There's little there's no like little buttons or tags or anything that could be like a pass key to get in. You've seen the inside of the bag, and it's just like the books and whatever. But yeah, that's how your burgeoning friendship goes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Great progress.
Maybe something down the line there a little bit. That's a great progress. And then we come to Cal, who is keeping an eye on the others. Tinnitus seems... is the cart big enough to hide anyone in it? No, because it's a book cart. So, like, if you all separately curled up on different shelves and then for some reason threw a cloth over the top of it, maybe.
Can Jamal anamorph into a book?
No. That is outside of his powers.
I think this is the stupidest I've ever been in session, or it's been a really long time.
Kekino could probably go through, but it's a library cart. It's very, like, open, so he would have a really tough time hiding. But he could theoretically get through.
We just get Cal the stealth thingy.
Yeah, no, he could do pass without trace. That's true. As you are keeping an eye on your...
Patrick, I have to interrupt you for a second. They called it pass without a trace. Wild. Continue.
Yeah, pass without trace. Yeah, the names aren't the most creative.
Nick was saying the other group called it pass without a trace.
Oh,
they were getting the name wrong.
They put an A in there. That was bad. No, pass without trace is a great name.
Okay. Not that I'm defending Gary Gygax and a bunch of old white men, but yeah.
I just want to add, my stupid brain is like, we can sneak Kekino in by borrowing one Kek. So one Kek can be very visibly with us. And also, we wouldn't make him die, so it wouldn't upset Zeke.
I will
Zeke
say...
agrees to this on the condition that he gets to see the white-haired guy.
Yeah. Now that we're talking about this out loud, this is a method I did not consider. Fish rarely uses it, but does have the ability to like see through Kekino's eyes for periods of time. So it seems like a painful and slow way of getting the information you need, especially since Kekino will get down there and then, you know, have to like try to find a ladder to get to anything above the lowest shelf. But that is theoretically possible.
Can Kekino... This is such a stupid question, but I'm fucking doing it because I'm in crackhead mode, and sometimes that gets the good shit.
Sometimes crackhead mode solves problems. Yeah.
Can Kekino change shape for one incarnation? I'm not saying we're getting Kekino the real boy.
So theoretically, yes. Functionally, he can be like a little bit more round, a little bit skinnier. Like he's always gonna
hands. Well,
no, he's always gonna come back in seal shape. He is good enough at managing his own shape to do slightly different seal shapes.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if Kekino gets dismissed and then he gets resummoned. It can be in a different shape temporarily. Kekino disguise.
No, I mean, he does have Kekino disguise. He has that camouflage ability. It, of course, requires him to hum really loud, so it's not super stealthy. But he is pretty much the same every time. I think he's maybe shown you a trick where, like, he saw sea lions have little ears in a book, and so he once came back with like very tiny little ear nubs, and then they weren't there last time. That's like the extent of how he can change.
Oh, okay. So even though he is a sea lion, we are canonically saying he doesn't have the ears.
I think he maybe does have the ears. They're just like buried in the fluff, and he just like made
Understood.
it bigger. Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
Kakano is like more cosmetically a squishmallow than he
Yeah.
is either a
Correct.
sea lion
Yes.
or a seal.
Yes.
Duh.
Yes. Correct. But yes,
So no legs.
he's always
Yeah,
checking
that's
out.
a GoPro to
no
his head.
legs.
I'm just
Maybe
imagining
make
Kakano,
him
but like
Go-Go
long
Gadget
stork
still.
legs.
But yes, you're keeping an eye out for Tinnitus and the others. Tinnitus and Oss seem to be really deeply researching something and really like in the weeds on something, constantly going
How to
back
kill
to
cattle.
Sanchez and getting more books, setting up in a small reading room in the depths of the library with many, many books. It looks like Talon and Harkin have just been kind of like left to their own devices and wandering to a certain extent. They're doing their own research. They're finding books that interest them. But as you are keeping an eye on a room that and Harkin is in, looking at some books, you know, pretending to pull things out and read them, and Harkin actually steps up next to you at the shelves and grabs a book and very quietly says, "Bonjour, sister."
What time of day is it?
It's probably like late morning. It's like 10 o'clock.
Cal goes, good afternoon. Good morning. Good morning.
It is morning, I think. I was wondering at a bit of information if you could perhaps share with me.
You may ask, and then you can decide whether or not I am giving you the truth.
As always. Do you know what Abbot Tinnitus is researching? I do not, and it was always concerning for there to be information I do not know.
Cal tilts her head at him and says, I'm not going to pretend that I haven't been shadowing him, but not quite to the point of picking up discarded books. I will say that's not something I find morally an opposition. I can report back to you when I find out what it is. It does not bode terribly well. This is a secret being kept from you.
That is my thoughts as well. The good abbot has been under strain of late.
Or is this the urge to go fucking good? But it's on her face.
Yeah. Since he made the very unwise decision of saying you are no longer a cleric, excommunicating you, he has had a great deal of trouble convincing other, even allied, temples to agree with that assessment. Your ability to turn this around, gain influence so quickly with your own temple is very impressive, sister.
Thank you, but I think it's simply that people wanted a difference in the same continuous regime. Also, he has made an incredible amount of enemies entirely on his own. It's very, very easy to start collecting the enemy of my enemy is my friend with him.
This is very true, and one of his weaknesses. But just because there is a need does not mean it is a easy feat to be the one to step up, fill that niche, take advantage. He has become desperate of late, and a desperate man is dangerous, of course.
Does this desperation have to do with me, or just trying to regain his station?
Perhaps both, but he has spoken of you often. Since you left, but recently especially. And since you said you would hunt this information, perhaps I can share some with you in turn. It seems as though your sister has been missing of late. There have been a number of meetings, trips that were cancelled. Her movements are, of course, closely watched by other temples. I thought you should know that Abbot Pagan decided to make some moves for your sister's territory once it was clear she was gone. She's, of course, distracted now as someone shared information with the southern temples and the Mexican temples, and they're in turn nipping at her heels. Your sister is incredibly dangerous, but the status quo is important to maintain too. We cannot allow her to suffer if it leads to an ascendancy of Pagan.
Elise is having a difficult early trimester. She is withdrawing from the public eye, as she would, with her priority being her health and the health of her children.
Of course.
I will share the support that you are showing to me with her the next time I visit her. And
I
if
would
you
appreciate that
offer
immensely.
more specific support in her health, we can have discussions about that. But, just taking some time out of the public eye.
I understand. Thank you. Be in good health, Abbot.
Thank you.
And he steps away. And I think it is notable to you that I think it's notable to you that, like, Tail entirely ignores Tinnitus's wishes about, like, still calling you sister and stuff like that. And Harkin does it when Tinnitus is not there. But when Tinnitus is there, always does, like, the diplomatic thing of, like, not using a title for you at all. But in private, refers to you by your proper title. And, you know, in Harkin, you dealt with him last time. He's a political creature. Very like doing what's best for himself first and then the faith second. Yeah, you can't trust him, certainly. He'll fuck you over if it helps him, but that doesn't mean he's on Tinnitus' side either. As you are keeping an eye on things again, you come across Sister Tail fairly often. She keeps, like, smiling, kind of a wounded smile at you, and you go, okay, well, she's here, and then you leave the room.
I like to think
upset.
Tail has almost only been able to talk to Jamal, who is too polite to ice someone out, who especially hasn't done anything wrong and is the plaything. And so she's like, hi, oh, me and Mr. Tractate were just speaking about you. And Kel's like, traitor.
No, that's absolutely been happening. Eventually you start, you know, you're keeping tabs on Tinnitus, thinking about what N. Harkin shared with you, and as you try to sneak into the room he's currently working in, this little section of the library, which you've also written down a couple of books in this section that you don't actually need, but you could plausibly be here to read, as there used to be in the section. Cleric Oss steps out from an alcove to physically block you.
Cal very politely goes, "Pardon moi?" And then just like very, very deliberately and like gently goes to like get a book at like the level of like her stomach or something like that.
Oz just glares at you. You hear kind of under her breath be like, I won't let you threaten my abbot. As you get the book. And then you hear, Tinnitus. Sister, who is it? Denier. Huh. Well, it's rude to obstruct the function of the library for others. Please, let her in. Grumbling stands aside, and you are seeing Tinnitus seated at a little reading table, piles of books around him. You can, he's obviously aware of you here. You can pretend to look for things and just keep an eye on him, maybe try to catch the title of the books that he's reading, or you can straight up just walk over and sit down next to him.
You know what? Cal's not gonna sit down like right next to him or like right across from them, but if there's like a second table that's nearby, is going to make like a show of like taking the book she got, smoothing at her skirts, and just like starting to like go through that with the notebook and just be annoyingly present.
Mm-hmm. Give me a perception check, I think.
Can't do, boss man. Okay. All right, Mr. Boss Man. That's a nat 20 plus 3 for a 23.
Maybe Mooney needs to run through the walls with Blink.
But still no Cal.
Yeah.
Still not Cal, it's Mooney.
Cal has the ability to move through walls, but she's not going to do it.
With a nat 20 plus 3, you quickly skim over, as you're going to sit down, you skim your eyes over the books on the table. A lot of them don't have, like embossed covers with, like, the title on it. A lot of them are that old style of, like, you gotta flip open to the first page to see what book it actually is. But the ones that do have titles all seem to be, like, necromantic bestiaries of a kind, about necromantic creatures. Some seem to specialize in ones that are primarily found in the realm of death. Others are focused on summonable creatures. And the books you can see open all seem to be along that same theme. And the one he's reading right now is a one that is legendary necromantic creatures of the Isles and Western Europe by Cleric Solomon Reith. A little a little like myth and legends / necromantic bestiary primer that he's working his way through, and you get all this just kind of really quickly. As you walked up and got close, he had a notebook that he like moved a book over to cover. So with a 23, you can see for just a moment a flash of like physical descriptions, fur color, and things like that. he is researching the hound, the whistling dog, whatever it is.
I'm
He
so
is trying
sad.
to find out what it is.
I'm so sad Fish isn't here, because Fish would be like, I can steal his fucking notebook and be annoying. That's not considered violence.
Yeah.
If he tries to kill me for it, that's his problem. But no, that's not Cal. Cal is going to Innocent about her best friend Fido, and just silently just like notate it in her mind, but isn't there to start a conversation with him. She's curious what conversation would come up in complete silence from her. What is so desperately on his mind that he's gonna burst out? Because she knows that he's not a fucking patient dude. He likes to pretend he is, but he's not.
Yes, he does. He, after sitting there in silence, and he like sighs and then writes something, and then he sighs louder and writes something, like the point of like maybe the first one was real and now the second one is like trying to get you to start talking. Finally, he says, Denier, I was always saddened by the fact that your sister was thought to be a potential Deathbringer and not yourself.
Seems unusual. Oh, go ahead.
I thought that Elise was a rule breaker, disrespectful, and had heretical tendencies, which of course have been proven true. But it was comforting at a time that if she were to become our savior, she would have you. Speak good sense. Remind her of our necromantic values. Elise leaving was a betrayal. But in certain terms, it was always somewhat inevitable. You, though, you were the good one. You're the real tragedy.
Hal just turns a book page, waits for him to shoot himself in the foot, but I keep talking.
He, it sits for another moment, fidgets, stills, and then starts, putting together some of his books, quickly writes a note. You think maybe he like he gets like slightly frantic, like maybe he discovered something interesting as he's packing up a little bit, but as he turns to leave, he pauses at your table and he says, Elise was always an outsider in some way, but you were one of us. You were a part of us.
No.
Unfortunately, when the limb has cancer, you must cut it off. Goodbye, Denier. And turns and leaves, Oss swinging into his wake and following him out. You also now have a mental record of what he was looking at when he maybe had a discovery and decided to hustle out. So you can, yes, that's not how you cure cancer at all, but also he's kind of dumb. he was like, he's walking away going, that was a hard-ass line. You go,
He's
Tim."
thinking about zombie. Cal opens the door and goes, "You're thinking about zombie bites."
No, I'm not. Yeah, just ruin his day with that that yell down the hall. Yeah, you can probably figure out what he was doing or what he discovered because you now know what he was reading. But that is your one kind of interaction with Tinnitus where you can get close to him.
Okay. Yeah, no, Cal will investigate. She'll also ask Jamal to kind of keep an eye out for, like, books that he was, books that he was, going through, what pages he was going through and stuff like that.
Okay. You, get copies of some of the books after Tinnitus puts them back. The one he was reading was the one by Wreath, so you decide to focus on that first with Jamal's help. And while this is happening, what are the others doing to either research or heist, or prepare for heist? You could be like, May and Fish could be doing like experiments about transferring speed if Fish is going to go running through the walls. You could be trying to figure out if there are bones in specific places and if you can add bones or take away bones to do things.
Are we, speaking of our dumbass fucking Blink plan, are we thinking anything about ways of being able to, like,
drill a hole through the wall so we could also do, like, shadow walking or make Blink easier through that?
That's what Mold Earth is for.
I've got to be honest. I'm the least sold on the Blink plan, only because of the risk.
No,
I
I
also
think
like
No.
I think everyone is, but I think everyone keeps going. Fish is like, "I'll die for the plan," and they're like,
Well,
and Mikkel's like, "I'll die for my plan," and they're like, "No."
Yeah.
If we're doing a death is on the line plan, we're going with Fish's stupid fucking wall plan. Are you? Come on.
Die how they live, and in Fish's case, stupidly.
Knee deep in bush, knee deep in wall.
yeah. Deep in that crack.
in the crevices.
How's the seduction going? That's their real plan A.
Yeah.
The seduction itself seems to be on track. It seems to be like maybe, the date for 6 years and then you get invited into the secret place kind of pathway that you're like, oh, this is gonna take fucking forever. Well, I got some good information. Maybe I can leverage this in some way. But yeah, anything you want to do to prepare or figure things out? Experiments with the rod would mean that you were like, Fish, here's this thing and how it works, which maybe might be
And
too
Fish
much for
goes,
a paranoid
"What?
mind. But I
You
will.
had this the whole time? What is
I will
this?
tell you that there is some potential answers for things if you start, heading down a pathway such as that.
Well, the rod was really more if we went with the Blink direction.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're not gonna.
Though the rod, maybe we can help if we do our what I can't remember if this plan. I think we decided fuck the library plan was the seduction ray plan, and the Ranger Seance was connecting to the library as a whole. Was that the what we planned for the plan names?
I thought we were gonna go with connecting to the library and being like, "Oh my god, let us in, girl."
We haven't tried that at all yet. So yeah, I'm just saying we could also use the rod.
Yeah. But I guess what what ability check would I use?
To do
For
what?
Fish to connect with the library.
Arcana, surely.
Probably.
Yeah.
Do you have a good Arcana?
No.
Fish doesn't understand anything about how their powers work. Cannot be more clear.
Cal does have good
I know.
Arcana. Yeah.
I know. With how Cal and Fish connected so that Fish could get a sense of necromancy, could
Yeah.
May do the same to help them get a sense of, like, artificery?
That's a little more like book knowledge rather than instinctual knowledge, but I do think Fish could get something out of that. Yeah.
Advantage, mayhaps? That's what we're really looking for.
Maybe. you gotta start working towards one of these.
We are. We're keeping up multiple avenues.
Yeah, you're debating.
This is exactly what our stupid characters would be doing.
Yeah.
They keep having these conversations, and then somebody goes, I mean, we could put Fish into the wall.
Put Fish into the wall.
That
Okay.
was Jamal.
It's always Jamal.
Since you are very sour on the Blink plan, I will just go ahead and reveal this information. If you end up doing the practicing with the Rod of Transfer with Fish, if you and Cal reduce your speeds to 0, or you reduce everybody, Belial and Jamal's speed to half, you can make Fish fast enough that they only have to do one dangerous blink roll in the way through. So it'll literally be 50-50 whether they're through or paced.
The problem is, though, like, what are they going to do once they're there? Like, realistically, I mean.
They're going to
Because
be
we
in
know,
the
obvious. Yeah, but then, like, but this is the problem. No, we can't blink with them. They're just going to be wandering around.
Yep.
I mean, we can sending stone them, but
The teleport scroll. You came up with that earlier. You need to have been
I
to the
did.
place. We'll
But
make
we
multiple
need-
of them, obviously. Fish comes back and is like, alright, everyone hold my hands. Now we go forward.
The problem is, though, that someone who makes the teleport scroll has to know teleport. Unless you want to tell us
Well,
something.
I will say, I this is extremely May. This is something Ellie hasn't said. May got in that situation in fucking China and then went, okay, I'm going to save a bit of my money and every once in a while hire a teleporter to do this for me and just keep them in my fucking wallet. That is extremely in character from May. I think we might have to negotiate how many she would be able to do and like how much money she spent on it, but she would absolutely be like, I'm gonna have my literal get out of jail free card in my wallet on me at all times.
The problem is you're assuming that May has money at the moment.
Yes.
She
Just
has
for
no
you to
money
know,
at the moment.
it's out of game, out of game, out of context. I give Ellie money, and she immediately spends every dime she has on like new items and new stuff.
Hold on. Speaking of spending money on items, Fish gets out their crowbar.
Oh yeah.
You're
Hey, you know what? You can break a lot of
Oh
bones
my-
with that.
Ugh.
You can get that door open.
Yeah, we'll threaten the library. We're gonna just start smashing.
Oh, like, open up or I'll make it happen.
What tier is Blink?
Let me see.
I believe it's tier 2.
Teacher.
Because we can make Blink scrolls, but then we still have to chance the getting down there.
You could make blink scrolls, and then everybody makes a really dangerous roll. Plus, you've got to figure out how you got the rest of that speed. If you
Yeah.
train Jamal and Beliala, maybe 2 of you get the 1 check, and then 1 of you has 3 checks in a row you need to do.
Cal
Unless you're,
would
like,
literally be like,
Trying to hire people about being like, I'm gonna drain all your speed. You're just gonna sit here paralyzed for the next hour, and I'm giving you $50.
Fish would be like, oh, it's fine. Danielle can just save me. And Cal would be like, I have better resurrection abilities. I've been working on it. I cannot save you from being what puts bricks together.
Yes. I cannot reconstitute you from a liquid. If you lose like an arm or something and you die, great, I can probably fix it. If you are not recognizably a human body anymore, there's nothing I can do.
What have you been doing for the past 2 years, didn't you?
Kelly puts her face in her hands and she's like, I can take you. You just need to be mostly whole. This is pretty much the only situation I can't work with. I have an ability now to keep corpses entirely fresh, but there's not even going to be a corpse for you.
It's never enough.
Look, I'm casting my vote to try to charm the library first, and then go.
But charm-
Oh,
Yeah.
100%. We
Yes.
just have fun
Yes.
with this dialogue.
Yes. No, we're talking to the library. We're talking to Sans.
Okay.
We're talking to Sans Undertale. We say we know your brother.
I think the combination of May, Fish, and Cal all trying to connect through Fish's magic would allow
Also,
you to
Jamal.
kind of-
Jamal goes, are there any books you guys need me to fix?
Yeah. Jamal's the bribe. You go, if you let us in, I'm just going to leave Jamal here.
That's what Fish suggests for sure.
Yeah.
We'll trade Jamal for all the knowledge of the
Right.
library.
Hey Patrick, if May gives Fish Fortunate Soul, and on
Yep.
top of what we're doing, they already have advantage. Double advantage?
Double advantage, I will only do in extremely rare circumstances, so probably no.
But how come this doesn't? How come this mechanically it works though, Patrick?
No, mechanically it doesn't.
How does it not work?
In the rulebook, there is a sentence that says you cannot apply advantage more than once to the same roll.
Hmm.
The
This
fact
is
that
a
I
sick-
ever give you double advantage is me bending the rules for funsies.
Like, this is separate things. Okay, well, it was worth a try.
Good
Yeah, I
effort,
would-
Ellie.
I simply would never join a non-fun allowed.
I respect the hustle, but no.
Well, at the very least, I can give Fish a flash of genius
Sure.
because I'll be within 30 feet of them.
Is there a requirement that you need to see them or whatever?
I can see yes, but are we all going to be in the vicinity
Yeah, okay.
together? Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
you probably want to do this of like finding like a small little reading room. You're like, poems about death, perfect. Nobody's fucking coming in here. You just sit down to do your seance with the library.
We turn to Beliala and go, Beliala, it's finally time for you to be of use. What is the smallest, quietest place in this whole building?
I know exactly.
I will cast Fortunate Soul on myself. Okay.
Yeah. I know exactly where to go. Follow me. Leads you through the library. There is sort of a main poetry wing that then goes into a side wing for epic poems, and all of the books are kind of dusty because they don't seem to be moved that often. He's like interfering with you playing D&D. Don't you need the iPad?
No, I don't usually need it.
Oh,
It's about to
Right.
put his butt on it, I reckon.
there
Oh,
it
nice.
goes. Right back down. As you all head here together, you start meditating. Fish once again goes, I need to be touching people for my powers to work, even though that's not true. And you start to try to commune with the library. May focusing on the points of a construct that are most important, most essential to what makes it a thing. Fish focusing on the connection with you and the library, but also the library's pieces with each other. Taking a little bit of the connection you're establishing with Cleric Rain, looping that in a little bit too. And Cal, with the pure death sense, reaching out for that spirit who was there before, reaching out with all the other spirits. I would like you all to make some rolls. I would like May to make a tool check for Tinker's Tools. I would like Fish to make a persuasion check, and I would like Cal to make an Arcana check.
All flat?
Unless you have bonuses like Fortune, Soul, or Flash.
I do, so I'm gonna already give myself advantage. Okay.
30, 20.
Oh, that's not great. I'm glad I gave myself that. Okay.
Will you give it to me? No, it won't make a difference. 6.
6, dirty 20, and what was for me?
15. I used Flash of Genius. It was not good. She used that for her really good rolls.
Wait, you used did you use Flash of Genius on yourself?
Excuse me, multiple days have been passing. I was prepared for this.
I know. I'm not making that argument. I know what you're gonna say. Did you use both Fortunate Soul and Flash of Genius on yourself? Okay. I was just making sure there was not an extra Flash of Genius to give to you.
I wish. Girl, I wish.
Alright, then you focus. The sounds of the library start to disappear. As you start to hear kind of the rattling and movement of the bones on a psychic level. May finds, for me it's Tiki Room, genuinely. May finds a node in this room that seems to be sort of the connection point for the room, and is what Fish and Cal focus on. Fish reaches out to the construct, to the library, trying to put yourself in the mind space of a book. Think about pages. Think about rustling. It's not working very well. As Cal reaches out with Sense of Death. You feel a brush of the mind. Your mind against something. A hesitant welcome coming to Cal. A greeting without words. What do you try to express?
Cal wants to express, what can we do for you? What can we do to make you more comfortable? Is there any way we can do a favor for a favor?
You get back a sensation of service. You feel almost for a moment like insects and rats are crawling across your skin. You feel all these small pieces of yourself helping and caring, separate and not separate. Things moving. Things always in motion. You get the sense of desire. A desire to be clean and cared for, well kept, well stocked. Desire to be free from vermin and damp, free to protect the books as much as possible. And a deep well of love and happiness and ownership over all of these little clerics that maintain you, that keep you running. I think with those roles and this entreaty, the library is a little confused, it seems like to you. It seems like what it thinks you're offering is to join it, to become one of its little people, to become one of its clerics and help care for it. And if so, it accepts.
Cal counters that thought and feeling with, and hopes that this connection is completely between her and the library. Provides back her community, her temple, her friends, Jamal, her sister, and basically is like, I already have a people. They asked me not to leave. I said friends!
Yeah. I think May and Fish don't get most of that, but do get a little bit of the, like, friends are my community. Like, a little, like, you're talking about them and they're part of they're on the phone call, so.
Fish goes, gay.
You get back kind of this mental image of you taking this community and bringing them here and joining them with the library. You get the sense that the library is not a person, it's not a being. It has very little understanding of what the world is. It knows what it itself is, and it knows there are places outside of itself. So when you're like, I have my own community, the library goes, bring them along, they can join too.
That's exactly what I was about to fucking say.
Cal kind of hitting this like wall is like not sure kind of the nuance of this conversation and stuff like that is not kind of knows that it's like almost offensive to be like, but people don't want me to die, being like, but I'm dead. I am dead. And it's like, I know, and it looks great on you.
Could Cal kind of show it like a pointed image of the forbidden door opening, like in a questioning way? Because, like, I assume it's the clerics who are the librarians who are like, oh, no, we can go in there. The library might not feel the same, right?
Fair. Cal will maybe change from being like, I'm unavailable to be a part of you, but just trying to give like a firm but gentle, no, I can't have them join you and they don't want me to join. Back of her mind absolutely has now started to be that, if I never found the least, my ass would have ended up here 100%.
Yeah.
But,
Road not traveled.
Yeah. Definitely, even though she's not, like, signing up to do this, everybody else is like, Cal, you can't do that. No, we'll kill Fish instead. And she's like, she doesn't have the same, like, disgust or, like, absolutely not about it. She's like, okay. But then she, is like, no, I'll cleaning vermin. I have a dear friend who, can repair all of your books and keep them protected and safer. We'll do anything you ask, and I wouldn't even mind having, if I find more people who could protect you, sending them over here to do that. I need this. I need access to one of your rooms, and I can't give the price that the proctors are asking for. What would you like in exchange?
The idea of exchange and doing things for it is confusing because it does not like have wants or needs. It is just taken care of as part of its existence and other people's existence. So that idea doesn't seem to like get a lot of purchase. And when, yes, like a cat. And when you are like, I can't do the test, it's like, why? It's what you want. Either you succeed and you're part of me forever, or you die and then you're part of me forever. Just like a very like almost childlike confusion about like why you wouldn't want that.
Bring Kekino into the conversation.
Maybe. And Kekino's with you, so he just kind of like scurries up into your lap. Dad, you said my name out loud. What's going on? As you're talking about, being open, getting repairs, and needing the information in there, you can kind of feel like a little bit of a flex, a little bit of a shift in its mind. You feel the desire that knowledge should be shared, warring against the understanding that it has been like instructed to keep people out.
Cal just like makes a like very like soft hum and then says, you feel like you already have every desire you have met, and you feel like there are rules that you don't understand that you have to maintain, even though you don't understand them and you don't want to maintain them. I've felt like that almost my entire life.
This library has autism.
Necro-autism, baby! Point out a necromancer that's not autistic. Elise is the closest, and I still think she just knows how to mask really well.
But basically, it's like just because that's what you think is how everything works doesn't mean that it has to be. There might be things that you want that you've never realized. And there are rules that you are following that you may not agree with.
You get the sense that it kind of like wants to believe you and wants to help you, but doesn't want its friends to be mad at it in kind of in not like an actual way of like understanding sociability, but being like, well, part of me, they're the part that scurry around and shelf books and stuff, doesn't want that to be open. But I also want that to be open. It's confusing that multiple pieces of me want different things.
What can I do to put you at ease? I won't tell anyone, and I'm very sneaky.
Legionus? Legionus, are you in here? Jamal sort of peeks around the corner. Hey, the bones kind of led me here from the atrium.
We want him!
Stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't like search for anything, but just did the waving hands and stuff. Yeah, you're here. Something happening?
I like to think that Cal turns to Jamal and her eyes are just like every written word of all time in this library are just like going through her eyes.
Mm-hmm. And Jamal goes, "That's so hot."
Cal like turns to Jamal but doesn't speak to him and went,
This is my friend that I was speaking to you about. He's not going to be able to join the library, but he has skills that no one in your collection would even begin to be able to do.
You feel consideration, and then in a very, again, a way that kind of reminds you a little bit of childlike, a little bit like Kekino. It kind of feels like, I don't know, I think I should ask my friend. And then you feel it like start to reach out to one of the high clerics to like get their opinion on the matter.
Cal tries not to panic and she goes, if you tell them what, they'll never see me again or anyone else.
Or anyone else in my group.
But fixing the books.
Do you think? And I think she says like some sort of like pet name and everything. Like, Mosheria, you think that if we told your minders that Jamal could fix the books, that they might be able to make an exception for us?
You get the sense back from the library, like, I don't see why not, like, kind of, I guess I can ask, but also being like, this is the library saying that the library didn't set the test, the cleric
Yeah.
did. So the library's like, I don't have a problem with it, and the clerics are like, we do.
If the library calls her mom and Cal's like, well, I have to do it because I have to go, Kakano would be like, are you fucking for real?
She's polygynous, what the fuck?
Pardon my language. Cal is like, I don't know what to do. This is why nobody ever gives me the negotiation roles. She's like rubbing her temples and looking at Jamal without knowing how to like communicate to him when she's in the fucking hive mind, and she goes, I just don't want to. How much do you remember of grief and sadness?
You are overwhelmed with emotions.
Yeah.
It's a tidal wave dragging you down. You remember grief and sadness and happiness and joy and celebration. You feel the people here who came when they were sick, when they were dying, when they were brought here after death by friends and family, and those who came here because they were suffering and they wanted to end their own lives. All of these things wrapped up in kind of this tidal wave of emotions. And then something separate from that. Something that feels dissonant. Something not coming from the library, but riding the library a little bit. Something you didn't intend to connect to, but is connected just a bit. As you feel anger, rage, hatred, pain. Things that you know, but don't remember. Not the way Fish remembers. This moment, speaking with the library, somehow connecting to it and through it, Fish feels the attention of remnants? Jonas? Don't know. Something of that nature. Feels very familiar.
Were the remnants in... The remnants were in a room in the Midnight Hotel in Dark Days, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But where were they before?
That's a good question.
Yeah, that it can't have been absolutely all of them. It was all of the ones that existed at that time, but there would have been more before.
That's why she had the cuffs.
Oh. Yeah.
They've got a skull capture, and that's why they had cuffs.
How do you ask the remnants what they want when they're very disturbed? You allow them to possess somebody and speak through them.
Yeah, Cal, who is like fully crying, while Jamal's like, what is happening?
What's happening? What's going on? Yes, I'll pick any books you want. Just don't make Cal cry.
Does Cal, you said that she doesn't have the connection that Fish would have. Does she understand
you feel it? It doesn't feel familiar. You may be able to like cognitively put it together, but for Fish, gets it instantly because it feels familiar.
Yes. Not to interrupt the scene, but is it like totally reasonable for Fish to be like, and now I'll offer myself as a remnant sacrifice, and I've ingratiated myself with Rain, so I'll be allowed to do this?
Are you expressing this to the library?
No, like just that they would have this line of thought that we're gonna come out of this trance, and Fish is like, all right, here's the plan. I get possessed again. Then Seven everyone's like,
That's
no!
a stupid plan.
Listen, my nails, they're not black anymore. They've shifted to like a really dark gray, and I want to get that color back. I gotta be remnant again.
Oh gosh, I'm stumped. Cal, I think, momentarily disconnects from the library, or at least like a partial, so she can actually like have a conversation with Jamal.
Yeah, you can kind of like pull your attention away without dismissing the connection.
And then she just like
wipes for a second, honey. Yes.
Sorry, I just gotta talk to my special friend. You know, Jamal. Not my real dad. Okay.
Jamal's like, why does this keep happening to me?
She wipes at her eyes with her sleeve and goes, I'm trying to, I don't want to say negotiate. It doesn't it wants to be helpful. It just understands that there are rules it has to follow and is scared about breaking rules and upsetting its friends, its family. It's very interested in you, though, and seems to be concerned about some damage happening to both the physical building and the collection. And I suppose we've never tried to just ask politely for you to do work on maybe the restricted books that might need help in exchange for access.
I don't know if that would work, but we could certainly try.
He can make copies. Yes, he can. And then you wouldn't have to worry about the tracker, because his wouldn't have trackers. Cal nods and goes, that's the best thing I can do. And truthfully, I hope this is the case, but if they tell you that your interest is denied, I don't imagine they'd ask you to leave. And if it worse, we'll try something else. But maybe you're our best route in. And is like Fish in the hive mind, or is Fish just kind of like magic
They
circuit?
are both in like the edges of it. Like they can kind of like hear the conversation in a way, but not like is not like fully part of it the way Cal is. So they're kind of like in between. They're still fully aware of like their surroundings and stuff in a way that Cal is not necessarily when she's fully with the library.
Cal turns to the two of them and goes, there's something else. There's the library. And there's something else. The library is a collection of souls, and it is cohesive. There is a second collection of souls, and it's not cohesive at all.
Remnants.
And then, I think she gets it at that point, and her eyes wide, and she nods.
Dad, no more remnants or other bad stuff.
Maybe they're in the restricted room. I can ask. Cal goes back in, kind of gives images of what she knows from remnants from books, like illustrated books, and then also like images of Jonas, and says, my friend wants to know, do you know these? Are these part of your collection for your family?
The library is very scared and does not want to give you this information. You poked at a sensitive subject. It's the sense you get before the library kind of like shuts you out of that line of thought is like there is what is down there I am holding. It is not part of me.
Okay. If the library's about to like shut Cal out.
It's not necessarily immediately going to shut Cal out. It's going to shut down that conversation as being like, I can't talk about the remnants. The remnants are scary. And then you're like, okay, so it is remnants.
Yeah.
But if you push too much, it may fully shut you out. Yeah.
Okay. Just my thought is that Fish would like go into bargaining mode of like, okay, we found the thing that it wants. It's like, we'll take care of that for you. We'll get rid of that shit. And in the process, we get what we want.
The library, what it comes back to you, it's very like unsure of itself, but it seems to suggest to you, I would like very much to get rid of these.
Cal sends signs of like reassurance and security and genuine desire to help and says, I have a friend who can make you I can have a friend that can fix anything that's wrong with your collection, and then I have a friend who can take that away from you and make it so you don't feel unsafe anymore. They're familiar with those creatures, and we only ask for access to the collection in exchange. I hope your protectors will understand this deal, and I hope you can do what you can to emphasize the necessity of doing this. And Cal will realize that like I don't have to ask everybody for permission, and is like, is there anyone who might be more permissive of doing something like that? You don't have to lie to everyone or break rules with everybody, but is there somebody who's more willing to help you even if it doesn't follow these strict rules? Is it the young hot one?
It's a little confused by being like asking it if there's like a specific person that can help is kind of like asking you to pick out a specific like skin cell to do something of like it is the complete whole. But because it can see the High Cleric specifically as like a little more distinct beings, it struggles and it struggles and it struggles to like figure out what you mean, and then it puts forward an image of High Cleric Ostora.
May seduce that one. Okay, good. We can work with that.
Yeah, maybe more likely to help you. Yeah. You get the sense that, like, all High Clerics are equal. There is, like, a little bit of a seniority thing. You think Sister Rag is, like, big boss, technically. But every High Cleric is theoretically equal to every other, so one could negotiate for you, maybe? You know, maybe they don't have to ask permission from other people? Yeah, you're not sure. Certainly we're trying.
Alright, is there anything that you guys think I'm missing in our fucking hive mind exploration of this? Partial heist, partial permission heist where we're using Fish and Jamal's abilities as help in does seem to me like a fairly safe route, but I want to make sure I'm thinking of everything because I've been fucking out of it today.
No, I can't think of anything.
Really good.
Okay. Well, Patrick, do you have any more scenes that you want to wrap up, or do you have any scenes planned? Because we're already running pretty late.
We are running kind of late. There is one thing that is going to happen. As you start to separate out from the library, you feel a little tug on your mind. And a skeletal, it's not a hand, it's just like a forearm with a little knob on the end, comes out from the wall and starts to pull a book off the shelf and can't quite do it, but is like bringing your attention to it.
Yeah, Kyle takes it with like a mage hand.
It kind of like splits in half a little bit as it rests in your hand, and Jamal comes over and takes it from you and goes, "Oh, it looks like there is, or was, a little bit of a mite infestation wherever this was stored. It looks like they ate through some of the glue. I can fix this pretty fast. This stuff with me? Yeah, no, I can, because I can rehydrate the glue from this other book and use that as the extra. And and he just kind of like sits down cross-legged, and after like 5 minutes, he fixes this book. He's flexing the spine back and forth. It's good. Riffles the pages. They're all good. And he goes and he puts it back on the shelf, and the little forearm nub comes out and goes like, pat, pat on his shoulder.
Becomes the aliens from Toy Story.
And yeah, that seems like a kind of approval, a kind of permission, and you don't know that the library will that the library knows everything, that the clerics will agree, but you definitely have a way forward that could work. And as you feel the library kind of like getting tired, as being cohesive enough to communicate with you is a big deal for something that doesn't really have an intelligence in that way, you feel it slowly start to separate as you break the connection. You find yourself in the library again. Any debriefing you would like to do with each other or anything like that, or do you start heading to the rest of the library itself and try to hunt down High Cleric Astura?
I think Cal just like kind of like half collapses on Jamal, because I imagine that was very exhausting.
Mm-hmm. I think Jamal fully princess carries you.
Good job. That's why he's in lifting weights with Sinner.
Yeah, that's true. He's that comic that's like, I'm gonna get so good at hugging.
Real quick interaction. I guess heading out from this happening, Fish goes to May. What do you make of all this?
Well, Patrick, has May fully understood what... Like, I know she was there, but, like, was she there enough to really, like, understand the conversation?
The gist, yeah.
Okay.
And Cal would do human recaps for people and stuff
Okay.
like that. But I think she was already tapped in with, like, and got the general sense from being in the hive mind, and then Cal gave some more details before, like, taking a nap on Jamal.
Yeah, May says... troubling implications, or at least we have a way forward.
Yeah.
Unless, something I don't, like, playfully elbows them.
No, I'm telling you things. Mostly. Wink.
I hope so. Doesn't wink.
And then May goes, so were your inclusionist reflections dating?
Yeah, May's, like, already thinking about, okay, like, just lock it in for, like, what to do next. Potentially, like, what they may need to do to prepare for, like, remnant shit. If that's going to be part of their deal. Excited about these forbidden books.
Yeah, like, it just really, Ink is wondering if it has sparked thoughts of Jonas at all.
Oh, I mean, like, she's already cosplay.
She's always on my mind.
If anything, May's like, phew, I'm being paranoid. He is involved.
Yeah. But May once again goes, my paranoia is justified. It is time
Yeah,
to learn
pretty
a
much.
lesson from this.
Yeah.
May's like, if Cal is the library's mommy, am I the remnant stepmommy?
Yes.
What?
Kekano's like, I've always wanted a sibling that's a building.
I got 2 siblings in 1 month. Can you believe it?
This is great. One's exactly like me, and the other is a house.
What a normal nuclear family we are.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god.
They're the same.
Bugs and books, both things that Cal loves.
Yeah.
Um, as you gather yourself up and kind of pretty tiredly retreat back to your main table in that atrium, Beliala's there waiting for you, guarding your books and frantically scribbling on at something. You see that a number of people have gathered here, including some of the high clerics with Rain in front, and Abbot Tinnitus and his party. I
Right.
just want to be clear you understand the risks of what you're saying. I do. I would like to take the test from High Cleric so that I may access the library.
Loser.
And I think it is there that we will end today's session of Well Dressed Bones. A lot of good info, a lot of lore. We got a good book house. Cal's a mom twice over. And that is where we will end today's section